están en modo de solo escucha.
The Inter-American Conference on Social Security. And on behalf of Secretary General, Mr. Gibran Ramirez, give you welcome. In this forum, the advancement of teleworking challenges for structural change development and social security in the Americas. To the direction of the Inter-American Center for Studies in Social Security, it's a true pleasure sharing with you a panel of experts, subject matter experts, that is with the purpose of sharing experiences and best practices as it pertains to telework as a preventive measure to counteract the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic from a multidisciplinary perspective. Throughout today and tomorrow, we'll be sharing knowledge and conveying to different countries and participating institutions, and which as part of members show a special interest in those topics, which are fundamental pillars in our social security. Because of that, we're delving into everything that pertains to telework. And like I mentioned, it's been established as a preemptive measure. Aside from constituting a new way of work that allows for a broader coverage of services without the need for the public official to be there in a physical workplace. This leads to a series of analysis regarding different aspects that have to do with everything that touches work security. There are other organizational aspects with great importance in this matter. So welcome, and I hope you follow all our panel members that will talk about different very relevant issues. Now we'll pass the floor to Dr. Frailis Ordelin from the Inter-American Commission of Social and Legal Matters to introduce this forum. Welcome. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you very much for participating with us in this forum that we've put together on teleworking. Thank you very much, Dr. Daisy. She's the director of the Inter-American Center on Social Security Studies. Like she mentioned, today we have very important, very interesting subject for you, talking about Social Security and the challenges, which is teleworking. Teleworking is not anything new, but it is because we've been talking around and about it since last part of past century. Nevertheless, the pandemic has made us rethink about many things, and that thing that which we thought would be some sort of transition or a smoother transition has been fast forwarded because of the situation that we're undergoing with the pandemic. And I would like to invite you in these 2 days that we'll be talking about teleworking in 4 different roundtables that we've prepared to you from a multidisciplinary perspective. We'll be talking about sustainability, legal matters. Later on, we'll talk teleworking as pertains to aging. And tomorrow, we'll invite you to analyze or to partake with our experts, subject matter experts we've invited in terms of psychosocial risks of teleworking, or how could it bring about certain vulnerabilities or certain problems. And last, we will be analyzing, and we will invite you to join us in a very important day's work because, well, we commemorate the day of fight against violence against women, and we'll be delving in the subject of teleworking and gender violence. So this participation for you to stay with us for these 4 roundtables, and once again, thanking our panel members for accepting our invitation. And I think that's the most important is that, well, you're here joining us. I will pass the floor to Gabriela Guzman to formally introduce our panel members. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, and welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be with you in this first roundtable between 12 and 2 p.m. It's going to be this panel is teleworking and legal regulation. We'll start with hand teleworking in the Americas and its future term considerations. Hand is an international consultant in terms of technology and society focused mainly in education and labor markets. She has a broad trajectory in applied development, and she's also a part of the teaching group for Inter-American Development Bank. She has led and coordinated different quality of life, leadership, and education initiatives in Latin America and in the United States. She has a master's degree in international educational policy by Harvard University, and she has a BA in psychology from Matchup University. Welcome, Anne. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. I don't know how to. Can I share my screen with you? Apparently I don't have the link. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Can you see my screen? Yeah, yes, we can. Can you see it? Because apparently it's paused. I think that you should go off full screen mode. You can hit the escape key on your keyboard and try again, please. Can you see it now? Yes, yes we can. Perfect. So first and foremost, thank you very much for the invitation, Dr. Gibran Ramirez, Dr. Daisy Corrales, Dr. José Luis Medellín, and also to Gabriela Guzman, and well, the whole coordinating team for backstage providing IT support, making everything work. for this conference. And deeply thankful for being able to join my co-panel peers, and I hope that all these roundtables today and tomorrow will provide for a lot of conversation and healthy debate on what's going on nowadays with teleworking, because this is certainly a core issue right now. So the purpose behind my presentation is to present a broader framework on how could we start thinking about teleworking and its regulation for it to be more relevant in the long term, for it not only to be some sort of an immediate response due to COVID, but rather for it to have a more integrating relevance, especially because in many places and in many circumstances, we're starting to work differently as opposed to the way we've been doing it in the past. So without further ado, I will start with my presentation. So when we think about the future of work, this is obviously a very widely debated subject, a constant conversation for researchers on the subject. And of course, there are many pieces of research. These are 4 international organizations, each of which has its own framework, its own way to think about this subject. There are, of course, many reports. That use many data, both administrative and other research strategies using wave scraping to try and really be very current. Yes, the research pretty much moves on hand in hand with the work reality. So in a nutshell, the future of work is now. So when I think about this concept of future of work, I can consolidate as follows. In the future of work, there will be more technology, more automation, more digitalization. And this is a little bit different, this next item. There's other waves of like work changes and technological changes that have impacted work life. We'll have more data to be able to inform about the efficacy of work. And how can we understand this concept of efficacy? So with these innovations, how can we assure dignifying work? Again, things are changing. They're more automated day by day. But this might be an accelerated trend, but this is not something new. I'm sure that those of us who've been working for 10, 20 years, we've undergone many of these changes. This work future is also built on what we have today. And in Latin America in particular, I think that most of us are very well acquainted with this reality. That there's a lot of variety, there's a lot of differences between the countries. Work informality is a constant challenge in our country, and that there are very important connectivity and digital skills gap. So this is a chart that represents work informality. Work informality, as it pertains to the year 2019, but I have different charts that show trends in digital connectivity or in flexible ways of work. So what I'm trying to do here is to illustrate that we're actually talking about a region that's very diverse in nature, and like Dr. Jorge mentioned, there will be other roundtables devoted to gender and to digital realities. As such, that's why I didn't want to elaborate on that, but that's of course a very important reality where we're trying to regulate in one way or the other a way that's more equitable. So when we're talking about teleworking, we're talking about the very specific mode of working in which, at the end of the day, the work or role doesn't necessarily change. What does change is the venue or the site where people work from. And especially under the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been a lot of interest, people understanding up to what extent telework might be used for. There are many questions in this research, and I think that we still don't know for sure, for a fact, what is going on with this very large trial and error period. The subject, to be very honest, I'm a little bit skeptic. And after reading a lot of pieces of research and data which I'm more acquainted with come from Mexico, and at least in Mexico, as per the data, it seems that there hasn't been a huge increase in telework due to COVID. At least analyzing this period in particular, but I'm completely open to debating and to delve deeper into this subject. But I think that what we'll see in the months to come, we'll have more research that will be able to shed more light, like, on the definite impacts of this stage in teleworking. So teleworking in today's world, at the end of the day, it's a different work modality, but this means that is done in a typical environment. So in the context of Latin America, people who do teleworking might be formal, independent, or informal workers under relevant regulations of each country, each region. Now, teleworking process is a product of their environment, and there we would need to take a look at the work culture, which tends to vary based on sectors, countries, regions, and even accessibility to technology. And it's also worthwhile mentioning that many countries already have regulations to a certain degree, but to me, the main question is, out of the existing piece of regulation, at the end of the day, which might be easily or more easily translatable into this digital world we're living in. Because in the end, when talking about regulations, this is not such a digitalized world as one would tend to think. I also mentioned this, but not directly. Teleworking is a way of working within several digital ways of working. I really like this chart. This comes from a report by Alain Chavez and Soler that gives us a much broader idea of this digital work environment. So teleworking is here in the blue box, but to be able to achieve a broader regulation of digital work, we need to take into consideration platform workers, typical, independent workers, dependent workers, formal, informal workers. So there's a really huge array of variables in the work environment. And this is a little bit more philosophical question. But the end, each regulation has its own ends for society and for the state. And this is some sort of a list of the fundamental things that the regulation should cover. And I think it's worthwhile taking a step back for us to really think about these fundamental items and the purpose of regulation or work regulation. Before starting a more profound change process, because we might have some existing things in the work relationship that wouldn't be so hard to translate into digital like teleworking. These are just a couple of examples of specific regulation framework of telework that's also stem from the report from Alaimo Chavez and Soler. There are some countries with some very extensive regulations, some don't. And these other countries have been trying to adapt to reality without really changing existing regulations. And this report shows more examples. I would say that COVID-19 has accelerated in one way or the other the adoption in some contexts, in some countries, of a new regulation or an adaptation of existing work regulations. I think that Paraguay is a good example of this. But I think that Dr. Claudio San Juan will provide us with a deeper detail on this subject matter. So in summary, I think that regulation of teleworking is a very complex subject. I think that we're still undergoing this change process. That's why there's a lot missing when it comes to regulation of teleworking. And being completely honest, from my perspective, I think that trying to predict how this is going to evolve is very difficult. It's a very difficult endeavor. That's why we need to take into consideration this flexibility that is needed while we're thinking about sustainable regulations. And also try to design and plan for a future where we don't necessarily know how things are going to look like. And in the end, it is a very complicated process and a very localized process depending on the country. But I think this is the most the safest way to design this regulatory framework, something that would make the effort worthwhile in the long term. That's why we need to look at the big picture, especially formality and the systemic environment of teleworking, and not thinking of it as an isolated type of work. And just to wrap up, this subject, this pertains to current inequalities. It's important to prevent the changes that affect people who would need support to improve their circumstances. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much for the time. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the panel being able to listen to my colleagues and their presentations. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Sam.
Thank you, Sandy. That was very interesting. And it helps us see, despite the complexity, the importance of evaluating the context between teleworking and the search for its sustainability. We remind our attendees that you have the chat available in order to ask questions or state your comments because we will have some time at the end of the session to discuss them. Our next presentation is about technology and working, teleworking as a paradigm for work relationships in the digital era by Dr. María Luz Rodríguez. Dr. María Luz Rodríguez, she is a doctor in law by the University of Castilla in La Mancha. She currently directs a research group of 19 researchers in Europe about the impact on technology and work relationships, and social protection. She is considered one of the biggest experts of work in digital economy and Black economy. Welcome, Dr. Mariela. Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Yes, we can. Okay, so before agradecing, let me thank the organizers and people who were involved in it, in the organization, for the invitation to intervene and talk about teleworking. I also want to apologize with our attendees, the organizers, and everyone here, because for some reason, given the technological mystery, today our computer was not able to connect the camera with the app that we are using to connect. And I'm so sorry because I was just looking forward for you to see me and not just my picture, but I'd rather keep my slideshow or my presentation even if you cannot visually see me or physically see me. As I said, thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you very much for allowing me to talk to you. I am very sure that we will be able to talk afterwards about the teleworking and its regulations. The professor who just finished her presentation, she was very brilliant about talking regarding teleworking regulations. And I want to talk about that in the case of Spain. But before that, I would like to tell you how I am positioned and what my vision is regarding teleworking, and so that I can share that with you. When we talk about teleworking, that is when we talk about that reality that allows for us to apparently work anytime and anywhere, to stay connected with our work and allow us to develop our activities without being at the time and place of the offices where we used to work. Usually, we talk about some of the advantages that we have for this new formula that allows or enables technology to happen, as well as the risks. And with that, I would like to start my presentation by sharing with you some of the research we have carried out with my team from Digital Work regarding the advantages or the risks on this new present way of working everywhere, given the pandemic of COVID-19, but that was there before. And as I said, through technologies, it allows us to work and develop our work from anywhere. And I want to really stress this because we can do that also anytime. And there are some advantages that work towards the society. One of the advantages for teleworking is that it's evident actually that it allows to migrate the population to different territories. There are some spaces that, because of whatever reason, they have very little economic development, very little or scarce work for conventional post office or job offers. And so that allows for workers to work anywhere in our countries. And that's a very important element. One of the main advantages there are for society with teleworking is the possibility of working from any territory. And then we will see that for that, you need good technological infrastructure. But from a starting point, those of you who don't have a job offer or an entrepreneurial settlement, you have teleworking as an option. This is a very important element that you might want to check or double check with the pandemic. Teleworking decreases mobility and also it decreases pollution. You should know that the first teleworking plan in Brazil was for this reason. They intended to reduce the intense mobility there was in the country from the workplaces to the addresses of their workers, and with that improve the levels of pollution they had in Brazil back then. Which that was the very beginning of teleworking in that country. And right now with the pandemic, we've been able to see how the air quality in our cities and our countries is way better because millions of workers who used public transportation or their own cars, they were now working from their homes. So that is a very important element that also accounts or takes a part of the teleworking plan. It also improves the accessibility for those who have no access. They have, for example, reduced mobility or who have a disability, those who needed to coordinate, even, I will go deeper in that, but they need to coordinate their work life with their personal life, and they find it hard to actually have access to a regular or ordinary work. They can have access to that with teleworking. And that configures a very positive field for teleworking because it allows you to work from anywhere and it gives you economic activities or opportunities in spaces and territories where other um, opportunities are not there. For example, with digital platforms, it decreases pollution and it enhances or strengthens, even favors the working opportunities for people with reduced mobility. It also imposes better opportunities for workers, first by saving time and expenses for commuting between jobs and their homes. And then, as I said, I wanted to stress this more. It gives more flexibility for time, working time. With teleworking and the connection that we have from our addresses, from our personal homes, we have sovereignty over the time we work with. We don't have to be subjected to a schedule or organization, which is from a company. Whereas when we work from our home, we can manage our time as conveniently as possible for us and organize our work as it suits best for our activities. We can work at night or we can work in the morning. We can also work for many hours straight, or we can fragment our jobs. So it is a flexibility we didn't have when we worked from a specific site or an office. It also allows for an improvement between the family life and the office life. In this sense, we need to be very careful, and I want to really underline this. We should not use our job as a conciliation means. We should not have our approach as a conciliation between professional and family life, because if we understand that, that would lead to a bias of a gender bias as it is in the family and professional life, which it's mostly a perception that we can take out from Europe, but it can be led by women. If we understand that as a means to conciliate that, we could segregate with a gender bias with teleworking by achieving something negative. It's if women telework from their office, from their homes, if they cannot telework from their office. So it is true that teleworking or working from your home allows for a better conciliation of your professional and personal life for women and men as well. As I said, it allows for flexibility at a workplace. You can work from your home, but if I'm connected with my own personal computer, I can also work from maybe not my home, maybe a second home, or at a given point, I can work from wherever I want. I can work from a cafe or from an office different from my company. I can actually choose my workplace. So understanding that my work is good for workers because it saves time and expenses for commuting. It allows for sovereignty over your personal time and work time, and it offers the possibility to choose where you're working. So before we go to the risks, I would like to stress that also for entrepreneurs, this is positive, teleworking, because it reduces the cost if they assume they usually absorb the cost for transporting their workers from their office to their homes. And then secondly, because our studies and a good part of the specialized literature tells us that it can work to improve productivity, although even if you say that, this is ambivalent. And then thirdly, because it works as a mechanism to retain talent, to hold talent with new workers who have other interests and would rather work with more sovereignty over their time and space, and they then telework. And also during the pandemic, we have seen this very significantly. It favors the technological transformation of a company. During the pandemic, many of the companies who could not very accelerated process for technological transformation in order to go or transition into teleworking and not lose their productivity as a company. So, summarizing that in this case, the reduction of costs improves productivity, it attracts workers with different interests, and then it favors the digital transformation for their companies. Now, on the positive side, we have all these factors, but we also need to consider the negative side, the risks there are with teleworking. For workers, teleworking could produce risks for their health. It can and actually does produce, we have seen that in the pandemic, it can lead to stress, to informatic fatigue, a sedentary life, and any associated to the International Labor Organization. It includes the risk of elongating excessively the working hours because you cannot control the time sometimes when you work out of your workplace. You set your schedule for your workday when you're working from home. You don't have that specific timeline, and so it can prolong the working hours. It can also lead to isolation and solitude because if you work every day from your own address without, uh, you know, the interaction it takes to go to your workplace, and it's a vital aspect to interact with your colleagues and co-workers. It can also mean a loss of intimacy because when you work from your own home through a camera or through a computer that is connected with your workplace, it sometimes is too invasive on your private life and your own intimacy. Those are the risks that we have for teleworking when we are discussing the case of workers, besides it being an added value that has been added into the research for collective organization. The teleworking makes it difficult to add a collective interest, and for that reason, it makes it difficult for having a collective single direction. And then for the employers also is there is a risk, but I would like to stress two main risks that they have. It can mean a loss of the sense of belonging from the worker to the project, and thus a loss of entrepreneurial um, meaning. If you work one day and then the next day and then the next one, you may be efficient, but there's no connection with the entrepreneurial culture and no connection with the with the culture in the company. So it also participating as a worker in the company, and that dilutes. And when it dilutes, it gives a negative impact, especially this disconnect and this lack of interaction and socialization, and also a lack of innovation at work. And lastly, there are more, but lastly, I would like to share with you that it also has a risk of you're needing, and we have seen that from my research group in the qualitative studies we've carried out in different companies, both big and medium and small. They need a change, a cultural change in the entrepreneurial world, at least in Europe and of course in Spain, with a cult for the present at your presence at your work station, and the need for that presence should change for those people who are teleworking to be productive and efficient, but moving towards more a culture more based on trusting and the autonomy of your own workers. And this new culture is not always efficient. So with these risks and disadvantages as well, we reach our current time. And I don't want to extend too much my speech, but I would like to go into regulation. My country, which is the only experience I can share, it has had a regulation. Spain had a fragmented regulation. It's not that we didn't have regulations for teleworking, but we had a fragmented regulation. We had a very rough regulation in the working statutes for the workers, which regulated what was distance working. In the data protection law, we had regulated the right to the digital disconnect, including the right to digital disconnect at teleworking, which was a very important aspect to avoid those long working hours that I referred to before. And then in Spain, we had included and transferred, even maybe incorporated the agreement for teleworking that we had agreed through an international collective agreement that was signed by the unions that are most representative and the most representative entrepreneurial unions. We did not have a very specific or a very comprehensive, but we did have one. And now, what happens with the pandemic? During the pandemic, Spain, which was, I'm going to say in past, it was a country with a very important presential culture where teleworking was one of the lowest teleworking percentages in Europe. What happens is that we have maybe launched teleworking, like we spiked teleworking. The pandemic has actually skyrocketed teleworking to the point where today we have gone twicefold in our teleworking figures. We didn't reach even like 15% with teleworking people. Today we are above 32, 33% of the workers who are using this modality. During the peak of the pandemic, for COVID-19, we had 1 out of every 3 workers doing teleworking. So we can reduce the administrative activities to be sustained via teleworking because of the teleworking they keep functioning. So during the pandemic, we have a new normal. It didn't exist in Spain, and now it does. So an important part of the workers who are in Spain are teleworking, and that has caused 2 changes. I wanted to share this just to finish my presentation. First one is the normativity, the normative change. Teleworking and a new regulation has a new regulation. It's not that we didn't have it, but it was too sparse. It was not too old. It was from 2012. It was not more or less adapted to the productive regularity. But the government in Spain agreed that we needed more legal safety or security that provided more legal foundation or basis for the entrepreneurs and the administrators. That's for me from the protective and guaranteeing side for the workers, those who are really using those job positions. I am branded by the right to equality of rights for workers who are on site and teleworkers, also by voluntarily. We cannot force our workers to do teleworking. There needs to be an agreement between the worker and the employer for that transition into teleworking, and it needed to have certain guarantees in terms of time and place of work. You need to set a specific time and also a place for work. And I want to stress the situation because we are facing a new revolution, which intends to have a role of protector with the workers so that their working time does not prolong too much, and for it to be safe, they have limited, very notably, the two biggest advantages that there are in teleworking, which, as I said, were sovereignty over time and sovereignty over the working space. It's limited with the aim of protecting the worker, and also it, in a way, it gets lost in this regulation with the two fundamental advantages for the worker to have the possibility to telework. The other element that is completely important for this regulation, this new regulation, is the clarification on who is going to absorb the cost for the teleworker, who is going to assume the cost of working from their homes. This regulation is very clear and it leaves no room for doubt. Every material and all the materials needed need to be put or need to be provided by the company, and they should compensate the expenses it imposes for the teleworker who is working from their own address or their own home. And I don't just mean computers, but also I mean uh, the power supply, the Wi-Fi network, or the line the worker is going to use to work. So the regulation is very explicit on the costs being or having to be made by the employer. I don't want to go beyond the 20 minutes with that. So I will conclude by saying that in Spain, we have a new regulation for teleworking in Europe. It's the first time something like this happens. The public function is not necessarily presential, but they allow, enable, and foster even teleworking as a way to be normally working in public functions and public service lending as well, not just within or for health purposes, but for education, and not just for education, but also in addressing people, and not just addressing people for the first time. And that's my last reflection that I want to share with you. For the first time, teleworking, working from home, has become, and that's why it has the name, my presentation has the name, has become a normal way to work. It's as if we were in a new normality, and a new normal where normality would impose lending services in public services or in a private company from our own address. It opens beyond the regulation, it opens a series of questions that are very important for cities, territories, and society. And we are still going to have to figure it out. And as we move forward and implement these two new regulations for teleworking, we need to keep evaluating them because it was being configured as a new way to work, disconnecting from the previous working schedule, disconnected from the previous work site, but thinking that it's equally productive and it is equally at the service of our citizenship when we work in, or when we talk about teleworking in a public function. Those are regulations that were provoked by the outburst or the outbreak of the pandemic, and the reconnection that we are trying to do with the economy and public function throughout teleworking. We are hoping to get our results soon, but we are setting the ground for the pillars so that we can talk about working from home or teleworking as a new conventional, normal, and ordinary way to work for a private company and lending public services. That would be all. I'm sorry to not be able to, for not being able to connect my video camera, but I am available for any comments and questions that you might want to ask. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. María de la Luz, for showing us in a very detailed manner the advantages and disadvantages for teleworking, both at an individual and collective perspective and level, both for public service and the private sector, and how the pandemic was the trigger for this spike in the teleworking format and industry. I would send some greetings for the conference member institutions, the National Institution for Tegucigalpa, Honduras, and for the pensions, the magisterial site for Costa Rica, also the National Social Security System in Ecuador. Also, greetings from Israel Barahona for Dr. María de la Luz. And that is it. So now we continue with the next presentation. Yes, thank you. We continue talking about teleworking and the normative aspect. Thus far, we have addressed what the main aspects that offer advantages and disadvantages, especially what teleworking means and the impact in each one of our societies. We haven't been able to resolve this, as Dr. María de la Luz said, but we know that there are many advantages in terms of environment and access for people with reduced mobility and also for workers. But we also have risks. That is the big challenge in Latin America and our continent. How can we regulate, or how can we do if this means a disconnect between the working protection and, as Dr. Amy was saying, trying to regulate in a context of digital regulation, not just to see that in a very specific site, but also holistically linked to other aspects. Now we're going to give the floor to Dr. Claudio San Juan, who is very important in terms of the topic he's going to deal, the regulation of teleworking in Latin America and the Caribbean. What are the challenges? Where are we going, and where are we right now? Those are the main questions that Dr. Salaman needs to answer. I will give a brief review of his experience. Also, I would like to thank him for his participation. He is a member of the Euro Latin American network for analysis of teleworking and syndicalism. Also, he has done international research work for the 3rd of February institution at a Latin American level. He has been working towards fostering human rights, and he is also a member of the work risk prevention in our conference here since 2008 to 2015. So welcome, Dr. Claudio, once again. Thank you very much for your participation. We give you the floor.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you very much. Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Claudio. Okay, so as you know, I'm trying to share my screen. And I think that you sent an invitation to the presentation. Is that correct, for me to be able to open up my presentation? And no, doctor, just open it up. You already have opened the link to the invitation. And actually, we can see the program that you have opened in your computer. The only thing that you need to do is open open your PowerPoint and we'll be able to see your presentation. Can you see it now? Nope, not yet. Okay, so we practiced this yesterday and it worked great. So we'll try to do it again. Okay, doctor, so we will send the link again so that you can open it directly. Well, I have a button here that says show screen. Let me see if I can do it now. There it is. Yes, we can see your screen, Dr. Claudio. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Again, thank you very much for having me. My peers before me and their presentations, very, very interesting, both of them. So I'll explain in a nutshell what this research was about. So you know that when you start off the research, you start off with some sort of assumption in terms of where you want to get to. Our assumption is known by everybody. That thing regarding legislation, regulation, teleworking in Latin America and the Caribbean was here to stay after the pandemic. So we'll start by showing the background prior 2020. Like my peers before me mentioned, we can find this hierarchical risk pyramid. That teleworking was the one with the most coverage regarding protection and safety measures for the workers to eliminate risks like hygiene rules set forth. So during the pandemic, we had some sort of deviation behind the protection techniques. So you just understood that you're controlling the risk as of the last item, which is personal protection measures, which is very important. But in the meantime, we need to generate other prevention techniques as set forth by principles of protection as it pertains to health. Another subject that I share with my peers before me is the definition of teleworking. This definition I'm sharing with you right now comes from the ILO and Eurofound reports. And it shows very clear the 3 stages of teleworking from its conception. You might remember that in the beginning, teleworking was something that was done in a fixed manner. You were pretty much nailed to wherever the PC was. And afterwards, we had the coming of laptops and portable devices, and last, cell phones. So this definition is very clear. Telework is that type of work defined by the use of IT communication. This definition comes from 2019, which might be missing a stage, which we're undergoing right now, because we're having right now forced teleworking due to COVID. So everything that we've learned, like María Luz commented, since the finish of 2002, everything changed in 1 week due to the pandemic. There was an obvious problem. So my approach to teleworking is set by a very high standard. In Argentina, we had the opportunity in the year 2008 of having an opportunity, a binational opportunity, to use teleworking. And like María Lucy just mentioned, us back in 2008, we were talking about, up to a certain extent, to improve that work conciliation with a home conciliation. That is, they had to improve space, or rather the time in these different spaces, this being family and work. So between 2008 and 2015, we had a series of very interesting experiences in Argentina, which materialized the implementation of this in different companies. After the clarification, I will start with my actual work. So the purpose of the work was to provide a definition to the main components of technical regimes and legal regimes behind telework. And part of my specialty is something that I have been developing since the year 2008. So what really called my attention, we started out this piece of research, this work in the framework of this sub-regional agreement, since we did not have a sub-regional cooperation framework between the different regions that make up Latin America and the Caribbean. We ended up finding this organization called Latin American Organization for Health and Safety in the Workspace. That led us to really not impose, but rather strengthen this idea of having a network of health and safety regulations for work in Latin America and the Caribbean. So this piece of research started with a global scenario, taking a look at the situation of the countries in regards to international instruments. In the case of Latin America, we only have the 177 covenant from ILO that says that telework is an instrument used as a source of regulation. Here I made a mistake. It should read 2002 instead of 2005 in terms of the tri-party agreements on teleworking. So this brought different recommendations for countries, and due to different reasons, this was not able to tackle or to implement these recommendations. Now, local scenario, we went country by country, each of the sovereign nations in Latin America, and where we commented early on, we found that most regulations have been dictated as a consequence of the pandemic. We found a very interesting experience, as we always do, mostly in Costa Rica, coming of what they learned from the health emergency 2009. So there weren't really any more backgrounds. So these are the sovereign nations we talked about. We also saw that they do have regulation in Puerto Rico, and that doesn't happen in French Guyana. So this is a summary of what we found. During our work with this organization, Argentina came up with the 27.555 Act, which talks about the compulsory, or rather mandatory, social distancing. The scope of this regulation has minimal legal assumptions and some distinctive notes as far as we can understand. Well, this talks about digital disconnection. María Luz talked about that. Care work and regulations. Any regulation for the case of Bolivia, it's called Decreto Supremo, Supreme Decree. This law has already been passed to regulate telework in public and private sectors. This is very important because these are not usually regulated for both sectors. And well, like I just mentioned, Brazil already had certain rules, regulations dating back to the year 2011 after 2017 work reform. And they place a very strong burden in terms of precautions to avoid accidents and dangers at work. Because the employer doesn't only have to set all these rules and regulations, but also need to assess them. And we also had a new law, the 220 shielding law, which was passed through the 2020 Supreme Decree. And something distinctive, again, it's that they mentioned the right to digital disconnection. Now, the case of Costa Rica, following Colombia, these were countries that had a law some time ago, but they also fostered teleworking while providing follow-up. And they have actually sustained throughout several years teleworking as public policy. Beyond it being a tool to be able to conciliate work life with family life. And again, Costa Rica, the 2009 law still in effect, especially as it pertains for pregnant women. And Colombia already had law dating back to 2008 with public policy under Decree 884 2012. And Ecuador's pushing forward some items, some flexibility as it pertains to teleworking during a pandemic. So actually, Ecuador had a previous law for private sector, and the labor ministry came up with another, or with a new law for all sectors. In case of Salvador, also a new regulation passed on March 2020, and something particular about this has a transitory disposition saying that telework, which is always understood as sort of voluntary modality, in the case of national emergency, the voluntary nature of it was omitted. Last group of countries. In Mexico, we have a project of law. Was also trying to be pushed forward by the Senate, but it has not been ratified by both chambers. And there's a very interesting note in Panama saying that it's obligation of employer to cover or to pay the cost of broadband when that type of superior speed is required by the workers. Per way, we have different regulations, one regulating private sector, and on the other, we have the a promotion for the application of teleworking in public sector. And we end this list with Peru, has a law dating back to 2013 promoting public policies, and finally a project of law sent to your way in Senate, where the distinction is the right to digital disconnection. Actually, this research you can download from some links I will leave with you. So what we were able to take from different pieces of legislation, and for comparison purposes, I'm sorry, just hold on a second. So we took into consideration the framework legislation, the ruling institution, authority of application, usually the labor departments, the scope of legislation, some specific regulations, and some specific conditions. What happens with health, security, how to solve that subject, what happens with fiscalization, inspection, what about working days, and which are the measures that were provisionally installed, set forth during the pandemic. There's a chart with main content. This is, well, these are the most complete laws in Argentina, Bolivia. So again, this is a summary with the main content in terms of regulation of teleworking. And the meaningful notes, like I mentioned before, there's only one law that has compatible schedule with care work. Most regulations follow the principles of it being voluntary, not being mandatory. Not all of them talk about union representation as it pertains to management of teleworking in private companies. And, well, like I already said, the findings and coincidences, many few countries, many little countries in Latin America had this prior to the pandemic. There's a project of law into Honduras, Mexico, and Uruguay. For the case of Dominican Republic, we didn't mention that. There was a resolution in the Ministry of Work that fostered teleworking, and the resolution of the Labor Ministry determined that this should be a matter of public administration for Dominican Republic. So everything that we've analyzed are based on the principles set forth by the agreement of the European framework. Same goes for responsibility of acquisition of working material, reimbursement of expenses incurred by workers under this modality of work. We had some asymmetries, I already mentioned that. In case of Mexico and Ecuador, they will give priority to including youth, handicapped people, elderly citizens, pregnant women, with the exception of a couple of definitions, like the ones we can find in Costa Rica, Uruguay, and Costa Rica. They foresee a workplace with different legal addresses, because with the broad definition of Eurofound and the ILO, you might be working from pretty much any place other than an office space that belongs to the employer. I'm trying to remember something else that my peers mentioned. Well, here, the subject of regulation needs to serve the purpose of improving workers' rights, but we also need to take into consideration how long will it take for us to improve work registration after COVID, because prior to the pandemic, we had very high percentages of informality as it pertains to work in Latin America and the Caribbean. I don't want to even imagine the latest data on informality, work informality in different countries. So here we kind of be talking about rules and regulation and public policies. We haven't covered that gap that comes with work informality. And as a corollary, obviously, telework ends up being a core means to be able to comply with the isolation rules. But we broke the very nature of it, which was being voluntary. And the lack of means, or due to the lack of means, many workers had to improvise during the pandemic. And especially since this is not sanctioned by the ILO. And some preliminary conclusions. I think I'm doing okay with time. Yes, doctor, go ahead. So now we understand why telework is a priority. It didn't used to be because of from the accidentability standpoint, it was not required unless it would avoid accidents in the workplace. So going back to risk prevention, that's tied to the to proving job positions in the case of space, where irrespective of the agreement that the law allows for fiscalization at home prior consent, the worker needs to have some sort of way of self-probation for them to be autonomous, to be able to know if the work is healthy and safe. And just to wrap up, I would like to talk about technical cooperation. So aside from regional blocks, I think that's due to the experience that we've had in the Inter-American Commission Prevention for Work Risks alongside the Inter-American Conference of Social Security, we could tackle this type of challenges, tasks that will allow to provide an adequate point of reference to telework. And well, thus improving our relationships and expectations. And like I mentioned, these are the links you can download this piece of research from. So thank you very much, and I'm at your service. Thank you very much, Dr. Claudio, for this very interesting piece of research you've put together. And like you mentioned, this happens in the framework of the mandate of the Inter-American Commission Risk at the Workplace, which is part of our conference, Inter-American Conference Social Security. And like you just mentioned, there's this broad, very comprehensive research on what are the challenges and the current state of legislation, regulation, work in the Council of America, but there's still a lot of work to be done. And and obviously overpassing the challenges in regulatory matters and from the social standpoint for the workers. And well, to the worker that has been redimensioned in this stage crisis. And just for time being, we'll set everything aside, everything that pertains to regulation frameworks. Now, let's talk about corporate culture. And that's why we have here with us. So she was going to be the first presenter, and well, she had to be excused because she had a prior engagement. But right now, she's here with us. Rocío Pastor will talk about how we can achieve a productive piece of work. Ms. Rocío Pastor, thank you very much for accepting our invitation, and we will read very briefly her resume. Rocío Pastor is an expert in corporate culture. She combines her professional experience in the areas of communication, human capital, and change management to support and accompany companies and leaders in Latin America. She has double experience as a consultant and executive in high responsibility positions. She's very pragmatic and has a very realist standpoint on a business. And she has a lot of skill focused on directional skills, boosting leadership and work teams. She's a conference speaker in subjects like communication and human capital, negotiation, and doing business at the leadership level, and conflict management, emotional management, amongst others. Thank you very much, Dr. Pastor. Your floor is yours. Thank you. I just want to make sure that you're listening to me. Can you hear me? Perfect. Because I don't think you'll be able to see me because apparently my computer is not compatible with the platform, the tool that they're using today. So Lara and myself, we're going to do an experiment. I'm very pleased of being invited to present at this very relevant forum. And I think that part of what this whole process is teaching us is that we need to be way more flexible and versatile. and situation-based. So let's try to do that type of joint work with Laura so that I can talk at the same time that she's showing the slides I've had for you. So think about this. So from privilege, you go to necessity in a couple of weeks. So teleworking went from being considered or regarded as privilege to a necessity. And Laura, help me out here. Thank you. But with a lot of problems when it comes to image. And what do I mean by this? To me, the following quote from Boris Johnson illustrates this perfectly. Apparently, he said it when he was mayor of London. We all know that teleworking is basically being sitting there asking yourself whether you should go to the fridge to get another piece of cheese before going back to your place to check your email. And that's why I think that this is important. Help me out, Laura. Because the things that teleworking is not enough that you decreed it. It needs to be led. Next slide, and it should be led from a trust position. And what does that mean? The thing here is that the best way to know if you can trust someone is to trust that person. And what happens when you lead from a position of mistrust? When you lead from mistrust, and I say everybody here leads a teamwork, what happens when we lead from mistrust? We usually incur in abuse, excessive supervision, and control. Number two, we limit anticipation, creativity, and innovation. In a moment where we need it the most, where we need that from our people and organizations. And number three, we tend to inhibit empowerment and development of our own people. Because if we are controlling in excess, what happens? We won't have creativity, we won't have innovation. And what happens, really? When you judge others, you're not defining them. We're defining our own selves. So I think that this is a great time to ask ourselves, to question ourselves. Like, unless it's strictly necessary, work should be an activity, a result, and not a place we need to go to. And I think that this past months, in all organizations globally, we have been subjected to the largest digital transformation test worldwide, again, forced by a pandemic. And if not properly or if properly used, technology will boost creativity and innovation by people. Next slide, please. Why am I talking about trust? Because first and foremost, leaders should trust that their people are going to do the right thing, even if he's not watching them. And he or her should use tools and optimum ways to provide follow-up, focusing on the result rather than the process. So micromanagement at this point in time doesn't work this day and age, and for what's to come. But I mean, not only the leaders should earn the trust from people, but us collaborators, who we in turn report to some other people, need to win their trust precisely by doing the right thing, what is expected from us, and while doing our work with most focus and productivity as possible. And if you're a leader, you should aspire to be a leader in the future of other people. Work should start with you. Because if you don't trust your people, the people working under you, why would they trust you? Either now or in the future. That's why I would like to share with you the best practices in teleworking, which I help different organizations in adopting throughout the Americas. And I would want you to ask if you're applying this, if you're promoting in your work team, if you're promoting these in your organization. The first best practice, the circle, it has to do with space. Number two, with technology. Number three has to do with routines. Number 4, with priorities. Number 5, with pauses. Number 6, interaction. So let's start with each one of them.
So first is to define and organize a space exclusively for work. Even if I'm sharing right now with a lot of more people in my house, even if it's a small house, it's important for you to find a space that is exclusively for working. No matter how small it is, it's very important that it is exclusive. Why? Because our brain needs to distinguish between when we are in teleworking work or mode and when we are in our personal life mode. That's fundamental, it's essential to send signals to our brain of when we have started working and when we have finished. Because think about this, one of the biggest advantages of teleworking is precisely the conciliation between the different parts of our life. And what's going on today? We're looking at how our space, our personal space, is becoming cannibalized by the workspace. And it's us who need to set up a limit. So what are the recommendations here? Can we go to our next slide, please? Okay, so we need to delimitate our working space. This is key in order to separate the borders properly between our personal and our work life. Why is this important now? Because at a neurological level, our brain needs to differentiate between those so that it can focus. So what did I find in the beginning of this teleworking era? People were with their computer all around their place. They worked at the terrace or today at the diner or some other place. But that's dangerous as well, because one of the dangers to do this is that we cannot be equally productive, but also we lose our affection to spaces that used to be fun or that we destined for something especially fun or playful in our space. So we need to adequate a space, a specific space, and take care of the way we dress ourselves. I still hear people say, "Oh, I love being in my pajamas," but would you go to a job interview in a pajama or wearing pajamas? No, right? I think hardly you would ever show up with the pajamas there. But it's not just that. It's because if wearing a pajamas, the idea that we send to our brain is we are in pajama mode. We're in fun mode and resting mode. And even if we don't realize this, it affects our approach and our productivity. So next slide. You need to select for that reason within your home the most appropriate place so that you can focus on your chores without any noise or distraction, and to adapt it ideally to have everything you need at hand so that whenever you're working you can take advantage of it. It's profitable, productive, and focused. The second best practice is to make technology our best ally. And here we need to overcome our biases or paradigms against technology. I found it particularly hard to actually have to change tools to teach or give conferences or lectures, and I would get so frustrated. But I learned that it's part of the change process we are in. And if we want to be successful or to be competitive, we need to become familiar and use the tools that were defined for this, because that's the key to maintain fluidity in communication with people with the people we work with, and we need to be attentive to them. So it's not valid if we agree that we are going to communicate via WhatsApp and leave our phone in a different room or forgetting it or not being on top of it or like attentive to them. So if we have work teams, we are the first ones to learn to navigate any technological tools. So at work, we are called to lead with our example, with our attitude and our behavior. And if we aspire to apply or to be leaders, it applies for each one of us. So part of the responsibility we have is to use the tools properly and to abide by the protocols for the use. And I think that's fundamental to maintain good relationships. Which means that we need to be attentive to receiving calls or requests, because that's even more important when we work virtually. Something I see that sometimes causes some anxiety is when you call people and they don't answer. So you need to reach agreement with your bosses or with your colleagues, because according to studies, when you work on the field or on site and you get up to find someone, some cases you cannot find a person. They could be getting a photocopy or maybe at a meeting. And if that is the case, when we are in presence, why should it be any different virtually? I think we should not get desperate because a person is not answering the first call or is not answering immediately. And we should reach an agreement. When am I not going to be able to answer the phone, and be transparent about it so that the relationships can flow and distrust or mistrust does not take over our minds. The third best practice is that we need to adopt, in as much as possible, the same routines of whenever you came to the office, which means getting up at the same time or even earlier. That would be better. Having breakfast, doing exercise, getting dressed, beginning with the same ritual you started when you were in the presential world, let's say. For the world, keeping or maintaining the same routine is essential. Why is that? Because that depends, or our focus and concentration depends on that. When we have the same routine, the same habits, we make our brain focus way better on our work. Our brain loves repetition, it loves habits, it loves stability. And that's why maintaining the same routine is essential. In as much as possible, it should be the same as when you were doing the office work. Even trying to dress the same way, because that helps us differentiate again when we are in our personal life or in our work life. And that also, at the same time, it's good for our productivity because it makes us focus. Next slide, please. Hand in hand with the routine, it's also essential to have rituals to begin your day and to finish your day. Because precisely by doing that, you facilitate the transition and working between the borders of our lives. Now that we're going through or spending more time at work than we used to before. That's fundamental. And so what rituals could we put into practice that I was able to do before and now I don't? How do I close the computer at the beginning of the day or not? How do you greet people? The rituals make us energetic and allow us for us to focus. The other practice is at the beginning of the day or even at the previous day, planning and defining priorities. If you do this from the previous day, you're gaining time because the next day your brain will be able to focus more on whatever you define as a priority. If a clear page route is not there, and if you don't have a work team, if you don't help them define those three priorities that are non-negotiable, it is likely that you will not take advantage of time in the same way. And also, it makes it hard to differentiate between urgent, important, and prioritary. Without a doubt, let's think about this. When you work from home, you need determination and discipline. It is a balance between this self-determination and discipline that triggers productivity or that fuels productivity. And we need to apply that so that we can defend the spaces in our personal life. Just like we should when we are in work mode, Focus and concentrate on that without doing anything other than that. That way, when we commit to our work life, we should apply the same discipline to stop looking at the phone, answering things, or keep working with our computer on. Next slide, please. That is, every day, and what I recommend is to do that like previously. What will be the chores? Because doing this makes us be a lot more productive. And there's a series of techniques that you could use to maintain that focus, to keep that focus. Can we go to the next slide, please? The fifth is throughout the day, it is important to reload your energy, making a pause. It's not true that even that if you're 8 or 9 hours sitting in front of your computer because your work is like that, you're being productive. Throughout the day, if you want more productivity and focus, you need to take a power pause. It could be different in nature. Each one of you should choose the one that works best for you. From breathing exercises, stretching, active pauses several times a day, eating an apple, having a small snack, helps us fuel our system, and we should enjoy these brief pauses. If we have a window, take advantage of it and look at the light, looking at the greenery, playing our favorite song. That helps us load our energy and then continue to focus on our work and our chores. If you don't have a ritual right now, it's good if you generate it. And if you had it and you are stopping to do that, it's vital to restart creating your rituals so that your energy levels are kept high. These small moments or pauses can make a big difference into your productivity as long as you have a routine so that they are not too long. Maybe for each very good work hour, take about 5 minutes for a pause, for an active, energizing pause. That would make your work a lot more productive and your results even better. And then finally, during these times, sadly, I haven't been able to connect my uh, camera, but we should avoid hiding behind our audio. We should bet on looking at people into their eyes, even if it's through a camera, imprinting more warmth and closeness in our interactions. Today, our goal should be for people to be happy to hear our voices, and through our voice and the camera, to lend or pay attention to the gestures and body language in other people. So we need to take care of our frequency, the concretion and clarity of our communication. We need to be empathetic and warm. That is, people should be glad to hear our voice, and we should pay a lot of attention on people's voice tone. Working remotely does not have to be isolating, nor should it weaken our relationships. Each one of us needs to work hard, deliberately, and genuinely to keep in tune, to stay in tune with others and in touch with others, because we are living in virtuality. So looking at a person through our camera is fundamental. Because, say, when we do not detect that a person is saying something coherent with the way that they're saying it, we start paying a lot more attention on their voice tone. And what happens is that we can modulate it. What's even harder is our body language, because our body language is the most primal and honest sense in our bodies. So if we want to stay in sync, connected, and understanding what others are living, it is important for us to connect virtually through cameras. Although today I'm not a very good example of that. So closeness and warmth, we need to be able to considering the benefit of doubt for people. If they don't answer immediately, what could be happening? But giving them the benefit of doubt for the person and not leading teleworking from a place of distrust, being active listening and with empathy. So these are the 6 better or best practices. If we cultivate within our work teams and if we practice ourselves, we can be more productive. Can we go to the next slide, please? Here they are. Defining and organizing an exclusive working space. Making technology our best ally. Adopting the same routines from when we go to an office at the beginning of every day or the day before. Plan and define priorities throughout every day. Make power pause, active pauses. And then finally, printing more warmth and closeness into our interactions. What's next? For those of you who want to stay in touch and download other materials like codes and infographies on teleworking and other topics, if we're living in today's context, I want to invite you to invite me and be connected. So I am at your service. I think the main message is, how am I leading today? How am I leading myself? How am I leading others? From trust or from distrust? Second, am I actually making an effective transition between the different aspects of my life? Because the danger of teleworking is not that people are working less, as is being said from distrust. What the danger is with teleworking is that people work a lot more without differentiating other stages in their life. That's not just work. So I'm here at your service. I don't know if I have some minutes or not, or are we done? Yes, we would need to finish right now, but that's all. Thank you very much, Rocío Pastor, for your participation. Also, ever since I first heard you, I think it's very valuable to see from the personal standpoint, evaluating and reflecting on what we are doing within teleworking to make it sustainable, right? Okay, so up next we have the Q&A section. I will give the first question, which is for Professor Anhan, which is the following. It is upsetting the way that we are going to determine the difference between a work accident and one common under the teleworking standpoint. Is there any experience you can share with us? Well, at this level of specificity, I would not be able to tell you really. I think that given that it is an evolving turning point, it should be going through some kind of legal process where a country gives the first attempt of resolution for these type of questions. But honestly, I don't have an answer necessarily. I don't know if any other panel member has any example, any specific example for this. Yes, I could give my input if I may. Yes, of course. Hi, congratulations again because of your Congress. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. Okay, so within our experience in Argentina, we had one survey. It was like a 2-month interview, or every 2 months we had an interview with the workers in the program. And at least from 2009 to 2015, we did not have any records of any diseases or any work accidents. What was clear for them is that they should be able to understand how Social Security works in these cases. That is, they're always going to be covered. That is, a work related accident or disease is can be assumed by the company. They should be very careful because teleworking allows for a lot of flexibility. So I cannot come in and out of the house or any other place. So most of those workers had the routine of picking up their children from school. So we said, okay, if within that time something happens, you need to declare what really happened. You will always be covered. Do you understand? That was my input. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Next questions. Thank you very much to our panelists for their presentation. We got different questions and it's a very interesting topic. We did like a screening because we can answer some of them throughout the forum, both today and tomorrow in the morning session and the afternoon session. And for that reason, what we're going to do is at least answer 2 other questions. Any of the panel members can answer. They're not split except for one, but we are at your service. And then the first question is, can we share the document for the new regulation in Spain? We would thank Dr. Luz if she could tell us the date or the decree number for the normativity, especially for their search, because in the official bulletin, you can find that easily. Yes, that's right. So the reference, the normative reference for that decree of law is, well, I think you know the terminology for the decree of law, right? Yes, okay, so there are 2 decree of laws. The first one is the one that regulates working at a private company, the Royal Decree Law 22-2020, 28-2020. Sorry, /2020. This decree is from September the 22nd. The Royal Decree 28/2020, September 22. That was published on September 23rd. Okay, and the decree law that was about teleworking in public function is a Royal Decree of Law 29/2020 from September 29th. September 29th. And this is in the official bulletin of the Spanish state in 2020. And there is a discrepancy of date and the publication in the official bulletin. Something that I wanted to say about this double regulation is that, as you can see, the normativity that was contained within teleworking and the private company, the Royal Decree of Law 28/2020 and the Royal Decree 22/2020, there are 2 decrees of law. And for those of you who don't know that terminology in the Spanish normativity, a decree of law is a norm dictated by the government for an urgent matter. In both cases, both the public function and the private sector, the Spanish government has used a normativity that was dictated by the government given a reason of emergency. So it is of an urgent matter. And we haven't used any format that would take too long in the parliament. So I think that the idea here is how the pandemic has been the most important cause for regulating teleworking, both at the public and private sectors. Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. There's another question. It says, is there any survey or poll that we can use for the Mexican population to evaluate technical or techno stress? I would invite the person who asked this question to hear us tomorrow, because we will be talking about psychosocial risks. And given that our speakers today are not specialists in the Mexican normativity, take part tomorrow. because we will be talking about this topic and we will be talking specifically about the 035 norm. So right now we would be able to do that tomorrow. To the rest of the people, for the other two questions that we were receiving, and we would like to have both types of responses, both from the corporate side as well as the technical side or legal side. One is how many hours should people work daily in teleworking? And the other one is related to that. How do we continue teleworking without it being stressful for the worker? Can we have group spaces so that we can continue with a relationship with our workings? What does it say in terms of the norms or regulations? And what can we say from the public policy perspective in terms of what we can do at a corporate and social level? Thank you very much. If you want, I can start by saying how many hours from the legal perspective. How many hours can we telework? The teleworking decree of law goes towards the working hours from the working statute. We don't have a specific rule for the time stamp, but we set the usual workday that we have in the presence, in presence as a reference for teleworking. Those who are more familiar, the ordainment states that a work day would be 8 hours a day. So it's about 1,750 or 60 hours a day, this evenly or unevenly distributed between weekly, monthly, and daily with the collective organization. The rule that works for us here is that the working time of a teleworker is the same time as the working time of a person on the venue. And the decree of law that regulates it has not made any exceptions on this time. It's the same time, the same working hours, and even the same working schedule, like time of beginning and ending as if we are on the site. So that's debatable, not because of the time, which I think should be limited, but the lack of flexibility in the even distribution of this schedule when a person is working from their home. Thank you very much, Dr. Luz. Is there any other speaker? Jaime, I don't know if you would like to say something. Professor Rocio, Dr. Claudio, you are welcome to give your opinion on each one of these two questions, or either or. I think her mic is not active. Uh, your microphone is not activated. Maybe you can have it to your right. Oh, okay. Thank you. What I wanted to say is, I think what the regulation we mentioned states is a very good example of what we're talking about when we talk about work, because in this case, I think that it refers to circumstances of a formal job where the schedule is very specifically regulated and where you depend on other types of benefits for the worker, for in terms of training, even from the benefits, like the formal benefits. And I think that this environment would not apply for independent workers, for workers who maybe, I mean, regulation is always more complex when you have the employer in a different country and the worker is in a different place. So maybe that same service the lending is being lent in a different country, in a third country. So when we are talking about this framework, as like Luz described, I think it's very clear. And the biggest question would be, what happens if we have these more complex circumstances? What happens when if we have people working for a company in another country? What happens if we are working about or talking about informal jobs? There's no easy or clear answer to that, and I think that, or I hope that the exercise of thinking of that circumstance would lead us at the end of the day for a creative and different solution, because we are regulating and creating a law for a different world.
Quisiera intervenir un momento porque es
Well, what Anne just said is very interesting, because even if telework or gig economy or platform economy in theory are different, at the end they all share. They have commonalities because work carried out through gig economy online platforms done from from workers' home. So platform work and telework do share very important common work. That would lead us to talk about teleworking and platforms at the same time. May I take the floor for a second because I lost my connection. So in a nutshell, what I've seen in the compared study is that all countries rule themselves by the regular working hours, 48 hours a week, I think. What I've seen through some projects from laws is that as some form of counterweight or complementary aspect to this working day, there's planning by objectives. Because really, it's the same as being in the office. If you don't have very well planned your day's objective or month's objectives, you can be there, forever. And if no one's going to measure productivity or performance evaluation, I think it all has to do with how you assess the objectives and how you set objectives for yourselves. There's cases of teleworkers who leave the work for the end of the day, and that causes a bottleneck and some sort of degree of stress or suffering. But those are a couple of experiences I'll be able to share at this moment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rocío. I don't know if you would like to comment on what you think about this question on teleworking. Okay, well, I don't think I have any more input on this subject in particular. And I think the peers before me have spoken way more eloquently and more technically than whatever I could contribute. I think this is very interesting. We shouldn't. We can not only regulate for the pandemic or the situation, but looking towards the future. And I think that our presenters have emphasized this. Everything has to do with this digital economy, digital relationship, and platform work need to be regulated. And when we project telework from complexity it entails, that also need to have regulations with its own limitations. But at the same time, we need to take into consideration the benefits, and especially that we cannot take one step back and having a vision from our realities, like Anne said. Despite the fact that there's digitalization and globalization, we all live in a heterogeneous multipolar world, and that should be the direction of regulations we might take some as reference. We'd like to thank Dr. Luz, because obviously, well, regulation from Spain is something that you should always take into consideration, not only because of the legal background, regulation background, but because it's a regulation that corresponds to certain standards of protection of human rights and work rights. However, we cannot forget that regulation of work rights needs to happen from the worker and from the reality of each of our societies. We cannot forget the degree of informality in most of our countries, and that will have an impact on work relationships. So we shouldn't step back. we should try to get out of the pandemic as best prepared as possible. I think that should be core, something that we need to take out of the situation we're living in. Again, take into consideration the complexity of the subject we're dealing with. That's why we need an integrating vision. So this is just one first approach we want to make part of the objectives of this forum. So from the Inter-American Conference on Social Security, we'd like to thank you. And also from the Inter-American Center of Studies Social Security, we'd like to thank each of our panel members for giving their time. And Dr. Luz, because of time zone difference, thank you very much for giving your time, and everybody who logged on to this session. And the invitation is to stay here, because we will have another very interesting subject in the afternoon: technological gap and aging, and we will have some practical experiences from people. All senior citizens that have experienced these limitations to be able to have access to telework during the pandemic. Thank you very much, and we'll see each other again at 3 p.m. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Adiós. Buena tarde. Adiós.
Adiós.
Hasta luego.
Chao. Adiós, Ana. Un gusto.
Igual, igual.
Los asistentes están en modo de solo escucha.
Listo. Buenas tardes a todos. Sean ustedes muy bienvenidos.
Be welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second working table of our firm, the advancement of teleworking challenges for structural change, development, and social security in the Americas, which we kicked off today at noon. And well, tomorrow we'll hold some other roundtables if you wish to log on to our platform. And this round table is called Digital Gap in Work and Social Exclusion. And we will have some subject matter experts, and we're dealing with telework as it pertains to social exclusion and technological gap versus some sectors of the population that might be regarded as vulnerable. I will pass the floor to Dr. Laura Aldalev, President of the American Commission for Senior Citizens, so she can moderate this working table. Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, it's my sincere pleasure to share these activities brought to you by the CISS, especially today, when two things will happen simultaneously for a very long time. I've been in CIS. One of them have never happened, which is having presence and direct testimony of right holders of Social Security, people who are users of products and services, who we usually talk so much about during all our planning and how to be able to better help for these right holders to be able to precisely benefit from those rights. So today we'll have testimonies from two actual senior citizens in this table. I represent GADAM, the American Commission for Senior Citizens. And I find another important point, special point today, because we're doing a joint work that links different commissions within the conference. That doesn't happen every day, and I think it's a challenge, and at the same time it's a huge advancement to be able to share, because there are some subjects that touch us all, and we can make use of each other to be able to strengthen our commissions. So in this subject of telework and senior citizens, we find major challenge for Social Security. This entails, on the one hand, workers as it pertains to their rights, benefits, legal aspects, wage protection, their learning, their own reinvention capabilities. And of course, we have been launched to this abyss of technology and teleworking because of the pandemic. We saw this coming, but we were kind of avoiding it. But this has finally caught up with us. And the other major challenge, and here the word exclusion is the main challenge faced by senior citizens. This might mean the inclusion or having access to products, services of people. Definitely, but this might mean exclusion, social exclusion, that is. So that's where the major challenge lies. And again, this other challenge on how to have access to technology, how to make use of it, how to be trained on it, and how can creative and satisfactory experiences can be brought to the table by senior citizens using this very technology. So I believe that the challenge here is trying to close that digital gap and being able to render such huge benefit to everybody, for everybody to use and enjoy thereof. So I think that the first thing that we planned to set out to do was to listen to testimonies from the senior citizens, users of technology and teleworking. Is that so? Yes, doctor, please go ahead. Perfect then. So Silvia, please tell me if we're doing things correctly. I have on the screen Liliana Inés Galercio. So I don't know if you could introduce her just a little bit, just to frame her presentation a little bit, taking into consideration that each of you has 5 minutes to be able to present. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. Silvia, do you think you can introduce Liliana to the rest of us? Silvia, can you hear me? I think your microphone set on mute. I think my connection is kind of erratic, Estela. Okay, so let me repeat. Please give Liliana a small introduction, be able to frame her testimony in a better fashion. All right, perfect. So Liliana, or choosing to senior citizens today was very geared towards two very different experiences. Liliana, she's a worker who's been trained and contributes and works in social volunteering work many years now. She has vast experience in university programs, social programs for senior citizens studying at university, plus she's a user. Willing and able, and has all the energy to contribute for the benefit of others. So you will learn her experience today. And we also have Irene. Irene, someone she arrived at university on Wednesday to enroll herself in a course, and on Friday that week the quarantine was declared. So we've never seen each other, and she's set to work virtually. Everything that she's had to do, she's done from the distance. So I think that two voices are really representative, especially because of what's meant to each of them being, I mean, included despite social isolation, or trying to be included, that is. Well, I cannot see Liliana anymore. Are you there, Liliana? Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Yes, I can. Please try to speak up, Liliana, otherwise we won't be able to hear you. Can you hear me now? Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you that I'm pretty nervous. Thank you very much for a kind introduction by Dr. Sylvia. I'm not used to presenting, especially before such subject matter experts, but I will try to tell you to the best of my ability, my experience, and I do hope that if something goes wrong, you'll be able to excuse me. So I apologize from the get-go. So I'm a retired teacher, and many years ago I've been attending to the news university, and I retired 9 years ago. So now I have much more time available. So I'm there at the university to take different diploma courses, and I love that space. It's like my second home, my home away from home, with the exception of the months of January, February. Those are our summer months. I try to stay with my family, but the rest of the month, the rest of the time, I'm always engaging myself in some sort of activity. So let me tell you my experience with this. So the end of 2019, then the months of January and February elapsed, and we were all very anxious for coming March. We were again very anxious because of all the workshops that will open in college, but this year proved to be different because we have a pandemic, COVID-19, and quarantine ensued in our country. The quarantine started in March 19 under a very strict confinement. So let me tell you what we felt. First, we started out with uncertainty, fear, and most of all, this disease that seems to be way more aggressive for senior citizens. I myself am 63, my husband, he's 69. So you can understand that we were very afraid at the beginning without knowing what to do, while at the same time being away from family members, friends, peers, and with a closed university, because everything was closed down. And for a couple of months, I think that technology came in and partially filled this gap for the better, because technology, I think, it's a very good tool. It's an excellent tool for that matter. But at the same time, we're missing human contact, being able to say hi to each other, being able to embrace each other. So I'm still in contact with people via WhatsApp. We have several groups, and it was precisely in the WhatsApp groups that we had contact with some professors, some teachers, and that's how we were able to take courses. And they gave us these virtual homeworks. So there we started working on cognitive stimulation through WhatsApp. So professors with extreme patience gave us forwarded us texts. We talked about the different types of memory, of things that we forgot. We were able to tell them all sorts of things about what we were living, and also on a weekly basis they would post exercises for us to do, and that was beautiful because all of us throughout the week we had to communicate with each other, asking, have you done this exercise? I cannot do it, or I might have Alzheimer's at this point. So we had all that. So in reality, it turned out to be a beautiful experience. And yet in another workshop I enrolled into, it was a cartoon drawing and painting. So all these workshops happened. We took in 2019. So all of us, all peers and classmates, ended up enrolling virtual workshops. So how about how did we carry out these workshops of cartoon drawing and painting? So our professor via WhatsApp took us picture by picture and how he designed the cartoons, and we copied from his example. And when we were done, we showed well, each of us showed our result. If we weren't able to finish the homework, we could finish the homework next week. The same thing for painting the acrylic. And the professors told us how to use them, how to paint, and that's how we were able to take these 2-hour-long classes. And they also left work for us in case we had times and we wanted to complement our classes with works. Another workshop was folklore. So what did we do in the folklore workshop? So our 84-year-old teacher first had us talk and looking for information on our country, the different vernacular dances, typical outfits, different regions. Afterwards, we started expanding to the rest of America. We saw what people dance in Colombia, in Mexico, how were the costumes, so the dresses like. And afterwards, we went on to historic monuments from our country. And I can assure you that to date, we're still working that way. with different subjects. So whoever wanted and could do that, it would dress in typical dances. Some even had video recorded of themselves dancing, and I even record myself singing this horrible samba. But all of us, we really waited, or we looked forward to those afternoons to be able to feel like peer before peer, and it was actually wonderful. And I just remembered we also put together some sort of storytelling workshop. So the way we did this was one of us started telling a story very briefly. Afterwards, or the next peer picked up where the other left off, and we started. We let our minds wander, go to different countries, and like they had a bunch of examples. And we also, worked on the music composers. We talked about opera. So I think I kind of gave you the whole thing in a nutshell, the whole scenario in a nutshell. So Liliana, I have a question for you. Do you had any type of problems in using technology? But I mean, going beyond the pandemic, going beyond isolation. In the beginning, you mentioned the word fear. So that could have been one of the downsides, right, to using technology. Well, at the get-go, I was very afraid. I was very afraid of the unknown. When the lockdown started, I think that all of us were very afraid. You had like a hand sanitizer. My son didn't even want us going out to the grocery stores, but then you get used to all having all the precautions. And after that, I was never afraid, and I didn't even feel lost. I always look things to keep me busy and occupied, even things that I've never done before. I started painting last year, and right now I'm painting on stone, on rocks, and that might be laughable. So it's been a great experience. Well, just to summarize, you said good things, learning, doing things, and not only providing some sort of continuity to what you were doing, but trying out new things, incorporating new things, doing new things. Liliana, now I will pass the floor to your peer. I have more to tell you. I have more to tell you if I have time. Okay, of course, but I think it's time to pass the floor to your other peer and afterwards to our speakers. Thank you very much for your contribution. Celia, are you there? I think we're going to patch her through. She's calling over the phone. Well, it says that the organizer took my video out, shut my video off. Something happened. Okay. There you are. So yeah, so we're gonna patch her through. She's calling over the phone.
Si gustan, porque al parecer hay un tema de conexión. Doctora Estela, si gusta, presentamos a la doctora Silvia para que haga su ponencia.
Dale.
Por favor.
Perfecto. Bueno, la doctora
empezamos en cuanto se comunican con Irene, yo corto
Dale.
y Irene entra. Así le facilita.
Yeah, so we can start maybe making it easier for her. Silvia Marina is a doctor, clinical psychologist and gerontologist. She specializes in community mental health, and she is from the Daluz University in charge of promotion for health, especially for senior citizens at the community health department. She is categorized from the Science and Technical Ministry of Science, and she is linked to community health, aging, and human rights. She is the director of the National University of La Luz uh, Center for Senior Citizens, and she is the coordinator for the Senior Citizens Center, and she is in charge of community training with senior citizens. She really is, or the idea to include her here is to know the power of the work she's doing, and also saying that the Dr. Silvia Molina has managed to achieve something extraordinary in the University of La Luz, installing transversally all of the senior citizens in such a way that anyone who has a product or service that can be found or bumps into maybe senior citizens, they can do it with the program that Dr. Molina figured or configured. So Silvia, we can listen to you. I give you the floor. I don't know how your connection is working right now. Well, I propose that given that for us, it is a priority to hear the voices of those using the program and those who give a meaning to everything. Maybe when Irene starts, I can stop and then I can follow up. Okay, so thank you very much for your invitation, for the difference in your presentation, in your introduction of me. For those of you who don't know Argentina, I am a part of the University of the Buenos Aires Conurbed area. It is a public university, and we we pride ourselves to be committed with our reality, with the people we serve, and with the knowledge that we can give into building emancipating public policies for senior citizens. That would be the positioning that we have as a university. And then we recognize, or ever since the university was founded, we recognize and we acknowledge the problems of aging, and we identified it and categorized it as a priority issue. And that's the subject of our work and all our research and our training, thinking always of a subject of to rights, focusing on gender and diversity problems. So we see the process of aging as well, because we cannot talk about aging or the process of aging, because each person will have very important, particular and strong conditions that have marked their the course of their life. And so that's why it is diverse. And I think that in a way, when we have a social isolation mandatorily because of the pandemic, it produced a lot of things that I'm sure other speakers will talk about. But for us who work on the field with aging and elder people, is we have a bet on something that, a problem that we attracted and we showcased since a long time ago. And it has to do with defining one of the most vulnerable groups. And for us, it is a very vulnerable group in their diverse rights. So the perspectives, the ethical, political, and economical perspectives preceded the pandemic, but they were just put on the spotlight with the pandemic. So with that, we set forth a debate talking about aging and elder people, and talking about or thinking about it in the future. We all talk about post-pandemic and pandemic, but let's think that in the future, the aging and elderness is a part of what the government has to deal with. There's no way around it, and it's just inevitable for them. So the pandemic really set a lot of contradictions in place. amongst which we find a monotony and isolation within the rights and the cares, the diversity of the age conditions and the difference of opportunities amongst the different stakeholders that we have um, been directing our work with. In that way, we can reconfigure all the work. This Wednesday, we were at the university, and on Friday, we closed. So there was no transition within the situation. And I want to rescue two things or save two things. We really recognized all of the territory from normal to virtual. So it was because we were able to do everything correctly, but we had a prior work that allowed for us to do this. So we dealt with elder people and we had a training program, a social volunteer program, and I will not talk about the other spaces that had to be shared, of course, with the specialization seminars and everything, grades and postgraduate degrees. And basically, I'll talk about some of the people, like elder people, because this new social factor in the university at least produced within my university it had a very strong impact. I think other universities have had similar experiences, and last year we had about 3,000 elder people at the different courses we teach every year. So the presence of elder people within our university is very strong and very notorious. Thinking about how everything was developed and how it contributed to the mobilization of this new reality, I think that there were some things that I would like to stress. First, the difficulties for us. So for us, on principles as a teleworking users, the work in designing proposals with a methodology that is remote, for those of us who didn't have experience in this type of education, it was an effort for planning, managing, and validating many situations. Another aspect that was extremely complicated, and I think that it was a problem that we had trouble sorting out, was interinstitutional first, but then intra-institutional, because amongst all of this, we had conventions, we had work with other organization, everything was virtualized. So it was really a lot of tension, really. We are workers who were working for other workers. So the singularity of all these people, all of these teachers and professionals was also adding up to tensions in this task. So all of this was very important and made possible, first of all, because all of our teachers were extremely committed. And then secondly, we had a prior work. Every teacher had a WhatsApp group in order to broadcast events for the creation of a presence. You cannot move that many people from one place to another. You need to see what you have built. And in that sense, all of them had their groups very well assembled. And what was happening was, on the first side, the first tool was WhatsApp, because they had it, because they already knew it. And then according to the possibilities, we had different platforms. But we are, as I said, in the conurbate area of Buenos Aires, and we work 80% with the minimum population. So many of them have difficulty with connection, and some of them even lack any devices to connect with. So at first, it was a very important task, and sure, and that's where we have the social volunteering program, which is one that works best with and for elder people, and that's why they had a campaign to connect devices for those of them who didn't have them, and the technical devices, the technical teams got them their device. So first of all, they had to get an approach to the device, and then how to manage them and how to use them. So it was a first moment, and it was an interesting moment because what was at stake, it was solidarity and the community networks, which always were there, but and during the pandemic there was an effective evidence of consolidation and commitment. The same way in our territory, not just at the university, but in the municipality. So how they close shelters at clubs for those people who were homeless, for example. So what the pandemic moved was the solidarity resources of the community, and I think that's important. But then we have another sector with elder people who don't have connectivity or devices, anything like that, and who don't usually participate in the activities. So it was always a concern, and we had at first a small design that was deepened and improved, and that's there for forever now. So we had a micro an emission, a radio emission, where elder people shared their experiences for 15 minutes. They would participate in the radio station, and that would reach the whole community. There was so much production and so much interest into this radio emission, and everything that happened there in the radio, besides the daily program, the radio proposed to have an exclusive space for senior citizens. They don't have that managed by teachers or social communicators, but especially senior citizens. They have this exchange with the community because elders do use the radio. All of them do have a radio, and they can also send their input, and that's how they use it as it's like associated, it's like a messaging service. They send even like recipes and stuff like that, so that's very interesting. And then they kept moving towards more sophisticated things, like Liliana said a little bit of how these workshops work, where a teacher would talk to a group, but then they installed like group instances, and group instances were the creation of a YouTube channel with the production strictly for elder people and the conversationals streaming. And I want to show some videos because I think in a way what's interesting is that we ask ourselves, what are they channeling in social media? What did we want to communicate? So how did we create communicational spaces that would invert or that would reverse this stereotypical and full of prejudice, this vision full of prejudice about senior citizens, in these communication spaces? And that showed us that amongst the issues, what popped up was diseases at first, wrinkles, the need for prosthetics, and anything implying support, and the denial of this, or yeah, refusing to send this message of being old. Those who are musicians and writers, they're senior citizens, they cannot do this. Those are exceptional, let's say. So since they're discussed about the media or by us, the experts. So amongst all these people who know that much, when in reality our big work is to be able to address and to have a two-way conversation with what they teach. We learn and then we give back what we have. So it's give and take, and the thing that we are the ones who talk about the risks also strengthens these types of things, of which like elder people or senior citizens are uh, carriers for that. That's not a problem. If being old is not a problem, it doesn't imply any deficit, any disease, or any lack. So giving the floor and giving visibility for senior citizens and their productions and their creativity. So let's see the video or the videos. Can you play the videos? But this year was different. And without thinking about it, the pandemic made us become YouTubers. What do we do now? Away from our family, friends, colleagues, and with the university in lockdown or shutdown? Well, we started as volunteers thinking on how to stay communicated and interacting there. And there was the possibility of telling children's tale with the library, with the technology. Technology covered the situation partially. We had groups, and then they started the workshops virtually. Well, technology has allowed us to exercise our right to communication. Narrator Dora Beltran. Tale narration I had never done, and that's a great experience because it made my creativity flourish. And then we started showing what we were doing. Tales, performances, whatever we do at workshops. It's important to be communicated in doing these activities because in a way we are together projecting a new way. We have shared a lot of experiences of resilience in our lives. And the conversationals were a big challenge. Then we had these formats with people from the volunteering program and different workshops where we had conversations of how we felt with our equals and how we were dealing with the quarantine that was more and more widespread. We conversed, we debated live on YouTube, and everyone else started showing up. We were also able to participate in different seminars and conversations like this one, many related with elder or senior citizen rights. For me, this has been a great opportunity to explore my creativity and my new way to learn. I think of the importance of belonging into a group, feeling like you're integrated with a group of people practically within your same age range with common thoughts and the will to keep incorporating new elements that moves us. And what moves everyone is like this little coffee or the yerba mate tea at the park, which is what we're missing right now in general. And that's what we are all missing. So we need to continue filling these spaces. And that's a way to look at each other and listen to each other. There's a lot of work with the connection. So I will perfect that. Hi, Melly. Well, I can tell you a little bit of the same that everyone told you about. So I remember that when I got here to the ULA, when I got there with we thought it was spectacular. The place was so open, so beautiful, so well put together, so nice that it invited you to go and take a walk around the place. And then after that first impression that was so good and so excellent, we found, well, the courses we did and the people, all these people who are looking at us and were watching us, and those whom you met a few years ago when you saw when you met us. We had been there for 3 or 4 years, and actually we found all these people. They're wonderful, and it's great to be able to share with them, people within our same age range, the same desires, same concerns and fears, the same joys, and you learn. The will to learn was fundamental for us. It was it was key, because you're always learning through your colleagues, through your peers, your teachers. You're always learning. Do we have another video, Silvia? No. No. Now we have Mrs. Irene. Do we give the floor to her? Yes, of course. Of course. Okay, so we are only going to be able to listen to her. Hi, Mrs. Irene, if you would like to share your experience with us. Sure, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes. Sound and clear. Loud and clear. Well, I started at the Universidad de la Luz right just 2 days before the mandatory isolation started. So I started exactly at this virtual leading club. For me, it was a great experience because with our cell phones, we had a great experience because it led us to have a really good group with lots of experiences, with the talks that we had with our teachers, our peers. It was a very important moment. And I can say that this really changed my life. Because, I was there, I was doing whatever I wanted, but now being isolated at home alone, so it's like Mondays, for example, it's from 8 to noon, and then from noon to 4 p.m. So we started doing music or painting, gymnastics, lots of activities. Everything was very important. We have a group to reflect, and body expression and nutrition, puppets, even all these activities. And you do them all with a lot of love, and everyone is really nice. They share with us, they share their problems, give advice. We sing. I never thought I would sing, for example. It's not my style, but it's it's a relief. It's a valve of escape, let's say. I never even thought that I was able to draw or something. So it's like I found myself in this workshop, because you take out your feelings. and all of the things that you wish you did or you had. Like before, when we were with the younglings, you know, I use that to share what I like to do, and I like to, you know, share my experience, you know, with my teachers, with the coordinator, all of my peers, really. So the best thing that happened in my life was finding all of this virtual tutoring, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Irene. Well, I think that Irene was talking about the other program. I think that this program is designed for people in a situation of isolation and solitude. So this was a bit geared towards citizens who were isolated. So the idea was them working 3 hours in the morning, 3 in the afternoon. Plus, they had some sort of food support. And we had to act on it quickly so they wouldn't lose this opportunity. And well, the distribution of foodstuffs that went from having a hot lunch to frozen meals. And well, this was a very important program because in reality, people attending this program were the most vulnerable by far, and not because of physical conditions, but because of their social conditions, maybe. And I would like to bring or to voice out another part of it, something that the pandemic really strengthened, and these are intergenerational connections. So presence of sons, grandsons really strengthened. At least this first part of the training. I won't elaborate on this much longer, but this was the most important part of what we're doing in college. Thank you very much, Sylvia. I think that then we have a Q&A, the Q&A portion of the talk, but I would like to kind of highlight some key aspects. We talked about some emancipating policies for senior citizens, and that's where technology comes in. We also talked about the fact that these items will become priorities in the government's agenda. Something that's very important is where we had previous work, be able to develop these programs in other parts. There's been need for generation and creation. And there was a creation of this solidarity networks. And like you said, the intergenerational links mediated by technology. And also, I think it's very important what you said about pandemic as giving voice to senior citizens. Pandemic is rather an opportunity, being able to follow up with projects, comments like this has changed my life. So I think that we have found this summary of gerontologic guidelines for dignifying aging, and to Kadam, it's really pride being able to have this type of guideline opinions and voices that put senior citizens in the core of the matter. No, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Dr. Molina, for sharing with us experiences from senior citizens. Now we'll go to second part of our discussion table with other experiences from subject matter experts on work market, telemarketing, and technology gap. I will introduce Dr. Julian Weller. Please turn your camera on so that we can see you, Doctor. Good afternoon, Doctor. I will formally introduce Dr. Julian Weller, his former Chief of Work Unit from CEPAL. His master in political sciences and as a PhD in economy from the Free University of Berlin, Germany, specialist in Latin American working market. He's done research on the impact technological change and employment, work implications of COVID-19, youth work insertion, quality of job, policies of different institutions in the work market, as well as providing follow-up to different work events. So without further ado, I will pass the floor to Dr. Jerome Weller, thanking him for his participation. Thank you very much, Doctor, and the floor is yours. Doctor, would you please turn your microphone on? I think you're just on mute. Doctor, can you hear us? We can see you. We can see you're there, connected, but we cannot hear you. The picture is frozen. So we had small technical difficulty with Dr. Weller. I hope we'll be able to solve that in time. In the meantime, I will pass the floor to our next speaker, Dr. Reina Elizabeth Rodríguez. Can you hear us, Doctor? Are you there? Yes, I can hear you. Perfect. Perfect then. So I will introduce Dr. Elizabeth to be in sciences from Centro de Alimentación y Desarrollo. She has a master's on local regional developments, and she has a BA in economy by the Sonora University, and she's a researcher from the Coahuila University. Her research is on work economy, where she's developed different research projects, and she's a published author, as well as chapter in books and journals. She's been a speaker in national and international congresses, and she has led thesis on subjects like inequality, wage discrimination by gender, technological change, commercial openness, and cycles in the work market, among others. Plus, she's a leader of the consolidated academy work. From Probec, she's a member of National System of Researchers Level 1, and she's also editor-in-chief of the Equilibrio Económico magazine and coordinator in the economy school from UADEC. I will pass the floor to Dr. Reina Elizabeth. Can you hear me? Yes, doctor, we can hear you just fine. Thank you very much for the invitation. So my presentation is in the digital gap, its impact in the work market and social exclusion. And more specifically, I will deal with some topics like the impact of the pandemic in the work market, and challenges for the work market going forward in terms of changes we've undergone. Next slide, please. So currently, technological change substituting workers carrying out routinary work, independent from their level of skill, work skill that is. So current machines are capable of replacing workers carrying out certain tasks that follow clear programming rules. However, machines complement workers carrying out tasks where programming rules are not well established and have been able to be codified by computers or executed systematically. It's here where we find what's been known as work or task hypothesis or task bias. So this type of technological change might seem to be behind the polarization in terms of employment and wages. We can see in developed countries like the US, Germany, United Kingdom, among other developed countries. Next slide, please. COVID-19 pandemic has brought about a voluntary search of telework for millions of people. The growth in this trend makes the experts ask themselves if we have before us a revolution that might affect in the near future workers or less of people that don't require to be physically linked to a concrete working site. So prior to the pandemic, we were carrying out many activities from our homes. However, this lockdown, quarantine, and thus not being able to go to our place of work has brought about an increase in the activities of these trends surrounding teleworking for a lot of people. Next slide. So telework. In principle, was talk about home office. Given the fact that being able to have technology and computers and internet at home gives us the opportunity to work outside our company. Afterwards, we started using the concept of mobile office, given the fact that cell phones, laptops, and tablets allow people to carry out telework. And they don't necessarily have to be bound to their homes. So it's easier for people to move to different places. People can move to a cafe. People can move to other places, which are not necessarily a fixed location. So in that sense, it can work from wherever there is a Wi-Fi connection, wherever there's a network. The last stage of this evolution is called virtual office. That expands from the previous concept of the appearance of intelligent phones and capability of having information up in the cloud. Nowadays, everything that we need to have to work is right in the palm of our hands. So we don't even have to have a computer or a laptop with big hard drive or anything like that, because we can store information inside a cloud. And that's what we know as virtual office. Next slide. Even the pandemic might represent an important inflection point for the digital transformation of a workplace, it's also revealed profound deficiencies. It comes to shed light on deep inequalities among certain groups of people based on age. In case of senior citizens, in terms of income level, skill level, because of the works they do. So people in the higher brackets or income brackets, which might be the most highly skilled in one way or the other, are likely to be able to choose working from distance, whereas people in lower brackets don't have that possibility, because many times they don't even have the possibility to connect to Wi-Fi, or they don't have a laptop or computer, not even the possibility to acquire one. So these people need to commute every day. And the result of that, they won't have as much possibility to manage their own time. And being able to work from home has reduced commute times a lot, and this has allowed people to carry out other activities far beyond being the office, being at the work site. Next slide. So having said that, I'll try to answer the following questions. First of which will be the trends in telework, and what are the implications for the work market in Latin America and the Caribbean region under the post-pandemic scenario? And second question is thinking about the most vulnerable sectors of population before technological changes and the access to work market. How should they face the negative effect of the digital gap and telework in Latin America and the Caribbean region? Next slide. So I'll try to answer the first question by saying that the telework trends and the implications they would have for the work market in the Latin America and the Caribbean region under the scenario of post-pandemic and COVID-19. So the answer is that in as much as digital work and in as much as this become a new reality, it is possible that facing the future, the demand for qualified or skilled workers will increase. At the same time, their wages would increase because skilled workers are the ones which in principle would be using in larger extent technology to be able to work. So if we follow this task hypothesis, these people actually use technology to expect that salaries for these workers would increase. However, it's also probable that many workers with low wages or wages were stagnant due to the loss of power of unions and the changed situation, working situation, will see more erosion in their income, and that the list of employment increase. So apparently the trend is very different for unskilled workers because they're the ones who use technology the least, and underskilled workers are the ones carrying out activities which are not necessarily related to teleworking. And for at least here in Mexico, many of these workers, not highly skilled workers or without high education level, are more in the informal market. And within the informal market, these workers will have to move to specific places to be able to work, to carry out their productive activity, whether it's selling or providing a service. And because of the pandemic, things will no longer be the same. We will, of course, have a larger social distancing, even if there's a vaccine against the virus eventually. So people more affected will be unskilled workers or lower income workers with higher degree of education, given the fact that they use technology the least. Next slide. One of the work transformations facilitated by digitalization is telework. Sometimes it's been fostered not only because of potential role in its work environment, but because of possible contribution to better conciliation between work and family life, the decongestion of urban traffic, and well, the corresponding decrease in pollution. So one of the factors in favor of teleworking for women to be able to come in larger numbers in the work market. And as much as they can use more digital tools and computers, that will make easier things in households, because there might be some sort of conciliation or reconciliation between work and family life in some cases. And also when two heads of a household are inside or within the house, men could also carry out some domestic or some housework, so that women could be able to undertake other tasks or other activities, and that will render a benefit for family conciliation. In the United States, in 2017-2019, 25% of employed people stated that they work from home. However, in many cases, people actually took home work from the office. So they went back home and they kept working their free time or over the weekend to be able to finish more work. According to estimations from ILO, 7.9% of people already worked in their house. However, they were not teleworkers, but they actually worked in artisan and manufacturing activities. So these are changes in proportion of employment by occupation in different countries. The trend is for medium income workers. The one changing in terms of employment, that say they have reduced employment. Those with medium income versus low income and high income. And what does this mean? In terms of work, these are workers carrying out non-routinary cognitive and non-routinary manual work. And these are the ones less susceptible to being replaced by a machine because they're less replaceable as opposed to workers doing routinary activities. So this is one of the trends that we've seen in the work market. This was written by Asimoglu and author in 2011. However, these trends will come to be more emphasized by the effects of the pandemic. Yet another interesting element that we've seen previously is that there's been a reduction in the wage gap between men and women, especially when it comes to higher income people. Higher income employees. Why? Because they're the ones carrying out non-routinary cognitive activities, more susceptible to working with computers. So in one way or the other, this means that telework will benefit women's work participation, thus closing the wage gap between men and women. And if there's larger work participation of women, this will also bring to a close these wage gaps. Birkin says that there's an apparent trend worldwide, and that's the exit of works in occupations that carry out manual routinary works and the entry in occupations that carry out more analytical tasks. This confirms work by Black and Spinters, who said that the close in salary gap between men and women in developed countries is explained because women have been channeled to doing less routinary activities, and this incites the fact that women can carry out this type of occupations as opposed to being carrying out routinary works, which are more susceptible to be replaced by technology. A study by Mtra and Rodríguez, for the case of Mexico, demonstrates that changes are very similar to the ones described by Black and Spin's owner for developed countries. In the case of women, they say there's occupational polarization, and women are more devoted to doing more cognitive, non-routinary activities, and they have been using technology more. So in that sense, it is women. Or these effects of the pandemic will make more women incorporate into doing telework, and they will be able to conciliate their work and family life with well-paid works. So when we analyze the most vulnerable sectors of the population before technological changes and access to work markets, how should negative effects of the digital gap and telework in the Latin America and the Caribbean should be faced? It was found that different categories of occupation in the context of the contention measures COVID-19 self-work tends to be more effective than salary work, because these are workers who don't have social security or benefits. These are workers carrying out some activities which are in margin of legislation, and these workers might be more affected by the effects of a pandemic as opposed to formal workers and salary men and women who have a working contract. So this for a situation where work is carried out as an informal activity. To this, we should add that this work usually is carried out in public space, which is very restricted. This situation might lead, contrary to the usual process in the economic crisis context, in the short term, this informal employment proportion will contract. That is, say, informal employment will be reduced because we cannot go out right now. And because of measures that will be established in the future, chances are that the most affected work will be informal work, because a lot of informal work happens in small market sales, in itinerating places, in the case of Mexico. And in those places, there's usually a high concentration of people. And before the effects of the pandemic, there will surely be many restrictions in terms of concentration of people, thus affecting informal workers. Next slide. As a consequence of this destruction process, ILO has estimated for Latin America and the Caribbean together a loss of 10.3% of work hours for the second trimester or second quarter of the year, which corresponds to 25 million employments full-time, which equals 40 hours per week. And the Inter-American Development Bank estimates that in different scenarios on the duration and depth of crisis, about 4.4 and 14.8% of formal employees will be lost in the region. Finally, CEPAL projects that in average, yearly average, the unemployment rate will be placed around 11.5%, some 3.4 percentage points under, no, above 2019. So this reflects an increase of 11.6 million. Unemployed people, and then this is very important. These are very important numbers because it has to do with the dynamism of the economy. Economy becomes paralyzed if there are not enough jobs for all people who need work. So these people without a real income, they reduce their demand for goods and services. So the reduction in demand for goods and services affects companies in turn because they also need to reduce their offer, and that reduces the growth of the economy, and that's what's going on. Currently, there's a reduction of the economy in many countries, or in a large majority of countries in the world, because of the impact of the pandemic on employment. And for Mexico, informal employment is very important because 60% of active population is within that bracket. Why? Because the economy doesn't generate enough formal employment. So that is why economic activity and the income of people are very affected because of a pandemic. Next slide. Yeah. COVID-19 contention measures will affect in a bigger, smaller proportion, depending on the duration, the feasibility of many micro, small, formal companies. So there are many companies like this that have been able to overcome the effects of a pandemic right now. When the economy is starting to open up again, reactivate, we see that there are many companies that were unable to open their doors, especially micro and mini companies and many family-owned companies. So we see in many shopping malls, at least in the place where I live, that there are many stores closing. The same is the case for the rest of the country. They weren't able to open because they might not have been able to pay the rent for their shop, or they weren't able to pay the workers. So micro and small formal companies will be the most affected. And, well, they, of course, have this structural disadvantage because of the logical gap that has been registered between companies of different sizes under the context of digitalization. There's also word that fostering these digital technologies in companies should place emphasis in lesser or lower size companies. So we should place emphasis in micro and small companies because there will be the ones most affected. Doctor, 2 minutes remaining, please. Closing a considerable amount of these companies will not only lead to making more profound concentration process, will also permanently eliminate certain quantity of formal accessible work for people in intermediate bracket of education, formal education, that is, with which we intensify the trend of concentrating the employment of the segment to the workforce in a lower productivity sectors and informal sector as well. Also, the transfer restructuring, the division, international division work will be increased because currently there's a delocalization process. What does that mean? That global value chains, the companies are located in different geographical spaces in different countries. And due to the effect of the pandemic, that might affect companies, and they would go back to their home base, closing these companies in several countries, thus affecting many employments in developing countries like Mexico and many countries in Latin America. Next slide. Next slide. So the pandemic has interrupted many value chains, and on the other hand, a longer-term vision has caused preoccupation because of the dependency in certain place of production, especially China, because of the supply of certain health products like like face masks and so on. So this might strengthen the position that has to rethink the current international distribution of labor in such a way that it could reinforce the trends to relocate the production of certain products towards certain developing countries.
De esa manera el COVID,
That way, we're deepening this trend of long-term elements for economic and political benefits that could be reverted partially. So that affects the value chains and employment for many people with low income or from low income countries. Now, as a conclusion, we hope that we say that the pandemic has underlined the challenges of social level or social working regulation, some of them closely related with the digitalization and the trend to intensify the debate on these sustainable solutions for these. Also, we are mandated to rethink of the different processes to ensure work safety facing these health risks as evidenced by the pandemic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for your participation and for adhering to the schedule and agenda. Now we give the floor to Dr. Weller. Please, could you turn on your camera, doctor? Can you hear me now? Yes, doctor. Thank you very much. Now we can no longer hear you. I think your microphone is off again. Can you hear me now? No, doctor? There's a suggestion. Maybe could you turn off your camera? Maybe it's an internet problem. Now we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, so let's see how we are doing with the presentation. Do we have the presentation there? Yes. Yes, we can see that. Great. Okay, thank you very much for your invitation. To all of your participants, I was asked the same two questions as Dr. Rodriguez. Some of them aspects I'm going to show you're going to recognize because in some cases we based on the same literature, but there are some others that will be complementing each other. So there's the scheme. I will focus on the work agenda and the aspects of some modalities, the specific roles for the pandemic, post-pandemic perspective and some regulating aspects, as well as the second question of the technological aspect and the policies to face the challenges in the explosion of the digital context. Now, I repeat some of Dr. Rodriguez's topics, who was based in the same authors and developed the three parts of teleworking, starting off with even a pre-digital phase, because of the vehicular traffics, because there was more people working from home in order to avoid wasting time in the traffic, and then developing technology that led to these other phases, the mobile office and the virtual office, to which we arrived with three aspects like technology, powerful and small technology, thus transportable or mobile to everywhere. The case of transportation, which is more and more relevant because you can now work with your smartphone and do a lot of things anywhere, and the obligation of the schedule set for workers that might have very blurry boundaries with combinations of working life and professional life and personal life. So then the third phase, in the context of the pandemic, it gave an emphasis to the original modality, working from home, the aspect that was lost in that lost relevance in the second and third phase because of the containment for contagion and this emphasis on these issues. Some of the data that we've seen, we saw the data from the US, the same source that Dr. Rodriguez also mentioned, 25% they worked partially from home before the pandemic, but in many cases they took work from the office towards the extension of their working hours from the office to their homes. The European Union, prior to the pandemic, 5.4% of their employees reported they usually work like that, and very little usual for the rest. And the same information as reported by Dr. Rodriguez. So when the pandemic arrived, the teleworking started being an option to maintain economic prospects, and even in a confinement context. There were many estimations on how much or what proportion of the occupation can use this alternative, this work alternative. It opened the door for the debate, the Duma debate, and they reached the conclusion that between 32 or to 37% of the employees are carrying out that can be activities that can be carried out from home. And we have a higher rate also in other parts of the country, but that's just statistical. For Latin American and less developed countries, there are some aspects that imply that the proportion of people who can have access to this working alternative is lower. The productive sector, especially in the agropecuarian sector, those who are in the sector, in the informal sector and the digital infrastructure. the digital infrastructure is larger, which is less developed than in more developed countries. We did a probing from the ILO between experts. At the beginning of the pandemic, we reached the conclusion that at a global level, 17% of those who were employed can have access to teleworking, relieving Western Europe, North and South with 50%, Latin America with 23%, and the Sub-Saharan Africa with the lowest possibility to apply these rate with a 6%. And some specific studies showed the impact of these factors that jeopardize the use of teleworking, and that they imply some aspects of exclusion and segmentation that we will go deeper into later on. For example, the study about Uruguay, they had 23% of their private workers to have access to teleworking, but only 13% within informal employment. And the Latin American agency from the United Nations found that what was available in houses in terms of digital technology could have a big impact given the occupation characteristics. They found that 21.3% was had access with teleworking, and this proportion was within a range of 1.4% with Chile, and they cannot do it in the Dominican Republic because they don't have access to it in their homes. And so similarly, there was a case study for Argentina. There was a technological feasibility of between 22 and 29%, and they consider the infrastructure for these possibilities, which are very, very strongly falling at 18%. Can you hear me? Yes, doctor, we can hear you. Okay, great. Because right now I have a problem. I'm having trouble moving the slideshow. Oh, okay. Can you see that? Yes. Okay, great. Now, in the pandemic, as was mentioned earlier, teleworking in the version where we work from home did indeed increase the usage of these technologies. The usage of applications for teleworking increased by 324%, an app like the one that we are using right now. And the very few countries have incorporated specific questions on teleworking in their houses and how they measure their work market. And they have designed special surveys with questions about teleworking. And that's how we get data from Brazil. For example, we got 3.3% of the employers. They don't just keep their workplace, but also they have really worked, and they're doing teleworking in Uruguay. It's 19.3%. So their occupation or their usage is quite high. And there we have another segmentation. As you can see in the chart there, the results from a survey on companies by size. And you can see the blue part first. It was indicated to see the proportion of companies who used only teleworking within August and July. And all the companies with a higher level, there were companies who were using exclusively teleworking, but the difference between the companies who managed to combine partial presence or on-site work with remote, they have their mix that actually many larger companies have achieved in order to maintain their economic activity, which was not the case for, or it was a lower case for micro companies. Talking about what will happen in the future, these two countries we mentioned, who create information about the usage of teleworking in the context of the pandemic, they indicate that upon starting and gradually opening up for economic activities to reduce confinement, they reduce the proportion of employed people who work teleworking. As you can see in the orange side, it's more marked for Uruguay than the regions that are, or within the regions who had better control of the pandemic, versus the biggest gradual fall for Brazil, where in September we still had 10%, over 10% of the occupation or employees have been working via teleworking. As you can see, Uruguay went from 19% to about 7% or 7.5%. So what will happen later with teleworking? There are surveys in developed countries like the US and in Germany. A lot of employees have a high interest of keep working with these modalities because of the advantages that it brings them. Even though the evidence of deeper studies about the aspects, the quality aspects in employment, it's mixed. Working hours, there are studies that show that the working hours are increased. Stress, mental health, the results of work, of personal life relationship or ratio. A lot of people find it positive, but there are also more long-term aspects that make it complicated. In Germany, according to a survey carried out during the pandemic, a lot of people employed within the pandemic coincide that they show how useful it is to continue with teleworking, not just because of the benefits it has for them, but also for the company itself. And in contrast, a lot of companies are hesitant about it. Another survey in Germany, for example, shows that not even 6% of the companies that were surveyed increased their productivity. So there's a big gap between self-evaluation of people's productivity impressions and what their companies report. Also, the difference between the productivity, individual productivity, and the company in it as a set. Many companies think that teleworking, at least in the modality that was carried out during the pandemic, cuts down the communication and interaction of their staff, where we usually have very good ideas and very productive aspects for the company in itself. And that's a possibility, and this could be an obstacle for the case that, or in the case that many companies might be skeptical about giving follow-up to this modality. So what would be the perspective about it? Well, clearly, there are many advantages as well for companies, or potential advantages, let's say. Having more access to highly qualified staff. A lot of people don't really want to have an office traditional schedule. So there could be an increase of productivity. We reduce the cost for product, but there could also be, as I mentioned, in a larger percentage of stability that's favorable, but creating isolation experiences that they don't feel as a part of the corporate culture. They see that as a key for the trust building in the team so that they can be effective and efficient. So this aspect for many workers in a longer period might strongly depend on their work, and it could be causing dissatisfaction. A key element for teleworking, for example, tends to be result-oriented work, not just so much into an agenda, but the result is always very hard to say. Like, for example, I need this result by this date or at this time. That could imply that people need to work a lot more than the regular office hours, because obviously it's not always easy to explain or to fairly justify the time necessary to carry out a task. So in literature, we have the prevalence of the notion that extreme obstruction, in a case that companies that depend 100% of teleworking or presence working, they could be more exceptions that would only be useful for a certain type of companies. And the vast majority of them will have to find a combination of both modalities that need to be specific for each company. And that's a learning process where you obviously need to listen to workers. And that's why we talk about their negotiation on the go and on learnings that you do. And in this context, some of the regulations we discussed in the first session, it was way more detailed and more interesting. And here, maybe some aspects, like first, who decides if you work from home or if you do teleworking? In Germany, this work was able to be set by law in the amount of days in telework per year. The Ministry of Economy was opposing to this, and we didn't make too much progress. But in this work, we have this problem that there should be something that at least mandates a company, if they're against teleworking, to justify that before their workers. And then how we establish the teleworking space, especially for a company that is considered as a set, or just for individual negotiations for common agreement. And the question is as well, how do you do the revocation? Just is it a common agreement, or do you have any rights for a literal revocation, as in many countries? There's this issue that in general work rights should be kept, and those aspects were discussed in the first session, like the right to disconnection, which was introduced by some other countries in their legislation, but many other countries don't still have that. And this is a very essential element for the mental health problem. Now going to the final part related with the gaps. Doctor, you have 5 minutes, please. Yes. Okay, so here, just retaking the aspect that Dr. Rodriguez was mentioning, the risk of losing their job due to new technologies, we did an estimate where we considered the specific characteristics in work markets in Latin America. Unlike the developed countries, there's a great sector of low productivity where people don't work according to the most advanced technology, but to survive, which is not going to be affected globally. But those are the worst employments or the worst jobs, versus the more formal companies with more advanced technologies, where people with lower academic education have a higher risk of losing their jobs. And if that happens, they would need to go to the informal sector. So now the digital gap, there are big gaps. Like, for example, according to the income of homes in the first, there was a 38% have an opportunity. There's also gaps on urban and rural areas, a big gap between Spanish speaking households with their main language versus another type of language. So also there's a different gap for the disability issues, and depending on the formal study levels that we have for people with a lower educational formation. There are also big access gaps. A lot of experience I heard about there being a lot of expectation and hope for this to be reduced and expand the use of these technologies in order to have them accessible for senior citizens. Now, this gap is not that big, and a lot of people live, men or women, in different places, but they choose their access. And also another topic is the quality of the connectivity. For me, there is a situation where adults need to do teleworking and the children need to go to school online. So if they don't have a good connection, obviously, even if you have the devices, the digital devices, you have internet connection, but it's overloaded. So in terms of infrastructure, we have the big gaps in the digital world. And this gap was clearly expressed during the pandemic, for example, here in Brazil. And the percentages we saw before, and those who work with teleworking, to your right, you can see their educational level. There's a huge difference with the people with a higher level of studies and those who have a lower one. So there are other gaps in different groups. And the last one are like the different policy options that we have. Basically, we have two sets of policies. One is the infrastructure and wide access or widespread access to quality infrastructures in order to get connection. During the pandemic, some of the countries took measures, special measures, so that, let's say, for example, we don't cut the access to people who were not able to pay for the service, but to maintain for a few months. The UN is giving the possibility of a more inclusive society with interconnection for all households. And they are stating the possibility of having more access to the basic digital means. And also for other sides, the digital side, the digital isolation, or digital literacy, which was key at some point for everyone to be literate. And so that's an interesting example that we had with Uruguay, with a technological idea that was expanded to a educational skill and innovative skill as well. With that, I want to finish and thank you for your attention. I hope it was useful complementing Professor Rodriguez's presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Weller, for your participation. We would be closing this table right now, and we are just going to give the floor to Dr. Diego for the closing remarks. Well, good afternoon, all of you who are here with us. It is an honor for us to have you here. Sorry, we lost audio on the in the booth. We cannot hear anymore. And now we don't know how this is going to lead with an extension for 7 or 8 months, and what it has implied for those who needed to adapt to a new normal and also to carry out some activities thanks to the available technologies. Doing a reflection on what Ana Vigor, she was announced in the program, she was not able to join us due to some other situations, but it talks about there being a lot of perspectives for one single issue, as was stated in the data from CEPAL. in the big digital divide between countries and also within the countries. I insist we're not talking about similar scenarios when we talk about urbanization and when we talk about duality. And the same impact is not for technologies, and even internet is not the same as what we are talking about different age groups. And there's another remark that states that a lot of what's measured when we are talking about these gaps is mentioning how many of the households in a country have access to a mobile device, a computer, let's say. And when we catalog them at a household level, they're not reversible. Like, for example, in countries like Costa Rica and Uruguay, who have about 60% of their households with internet access or some kind of device in order to do teleworking, versus other countries like Nicaragua, who are at least or lower than 5%. And actually, even if the household has internet and access to devices, we need to understand that oftentimes the economic issue is present because, as was mentioned within the presentations, during times of the pandemic, you need to telework and we need to lead education for children and have telecommunications. And sometimes we only have internet for one device to have access to these technologies. And as Dr. Alcaler was stating, it is very important for us that all of these conversations and discussions are integrated into the subjects to rights, like elder people who exposed their experience in the case that oftentimes we understand the world from our perspective, from a context or our own context. So we need to be open to different perspectives to have a more integral perspective, more multidisciplinary, which helps us understand the different phenomena with a more tactful way.
So due to time constraints, we only have time for one last comment from each of our panel members. Dr. Stella, Dr. Sylvia, Dr. Jurgen, and Dr. Rodriguez. I don't know if you would like to give us one last comment, just a couple of minutes, please. Sylvia, you can start. I can't hear you. Please turn your microphone on. Yeah, we can hear you, doctor. I think it's interesting listening to senior citizens when they do have access to technology, even with certain limitations. This has represented a very important boost. I think that everything pertaining to shortening the technological gaps means for social security institutions. One kid, one computer, one senior citizen, one computer, because these, in the large majority, are people with lower income. They're relegated from the educational system at large, and they don't have that much access to technology. But based on what the other presenters said, peers before me said, when they talked about telework, I think that a whole new, very interesting universe opens up. However, a little bit dangerous for societies like ours, where everything surrounding regulation of teleworking, I call it like teleslavery. At least when this type of work started out, working from homes, people schedules was lost the possibility of having weekends. So my particular opinion, and the opinion of a lot of people working with me, is that this needs to be regulated. Obviously, from the legislative standpoint, however, it's a little bit difficult, and also a teamwork, because you lose the everyday life, that peer exchange. But again, I'm kind of frightened because of telework, because of the loss of employment this entails. And I believe that we need to work in Social Security to be able to close the gap. Thank you very much, Doctor. Well, I'm kind of optimistic about this. Plus, is here to stay, and we'll have to work together to be able to defend the workers' rights. If senior citizens, people who are excluded, again, I think that we need to work a lot. That's why the work done in colleges and communities is important. This subject about training everybody, especially senior citizens, for them to be able to defend their rights in this arena, if you will. Same goes for workers. So that's this things concealed this concern about don't get to happen. Like Dr. Jurgen before me mentioned, I think that at some point in time we'll achieve a balance when it comes to integration of the different work modalities. But as usual, each group will have to defend their own rights and fight for them. And I think that a new field just opened up to democratization for knowledge. This might be the case, but we need to fight for that, to struggle for that, to be able to reach decision makers. And that's one of the major challenges for organizations like a conference, international conference. Thank you very much for opening up this space for thought. Dr. Rodriguez, I don't know if you have any closing remarks. I think your microphone is off, Dr. Rodriguez. Dr. Weller, you have any comments? We cannot hear you, doctor. I think your microphone is off. Dr. Jurgen, please turn your microphone on. Can you hear me now? I think we're having some problems with the connection. I'm sorry, I just turned off my camera. That improves the connection. Just in closing, I wanted to congratulate you because out of what we've heard the first session, this last session, there's been very important inputs, very important contribution. So I consider that telework is based on technology, and with any technology, we need to be careful not to have technological determinism, to be able to draw positive potential while we control the risks that come with this or any technology. And this, at the end of the day, are social processes, not only technological processes. I think it's the same thing that we're discussing when it comes to platforms, everything pertaining to telework, but in a different way. So we need to see how to regulate this in a proper fashion. That will be a country level task or global with global platforms. So there's not like a downward chain like it happened with the productive chains to be able to harness these new technologies for production or achieving better productivity, more well-being with decent work, including social and community benefits. Thank you very much, doctor. Can you hear me? Yes, doctor. Go ahead. I would also like to congratulate you guys for putting together this forum on advancement of teleworking challenges for structural change development and social security. So this working table provided us with a lot of input, a lot of food for thought. And just a comment on this subject. I think that what we're seeing now is a trend, the use of technologies. We've already discussed this. However, like I mentioned in my presentation, there is a trend for larger use and change as a whole work environment. And we saw in case of gender, the wage gaps were starting to close down. And we shouldn't neglect people with some sort of disabilities, not to set them aside. And we've had a lot of freelancers. These are young professionals, highly skilled young professionals with a lot of tech skills who are doing certain jobs, who are no longer working from a given place. We can see them, we can spot them in coffee shops. They're moving around. They're not even at their homes. So again, I think that we're undergoing this process of destruction and creation of jobs, and technology will bring about new possibilities of work for people who were limited because of the legislation, like youth being hired less often, or limitations faced by women be able to meet long working hours, or even people with some sort of handicap. However, it's important and relevant, this subject of work legislation, how all this should be regulated, because we have lived this in this time that we've been locked away in our homes, because it seems that we don't have a schedule. We work day, we work nights, and so we need to meet deadlines. We go out of a meeting just to go into another one. So work days have increased. I think that I'm working more at home than when I was back in my office in college. So I think that needs to be regulated throughout time. And of course, we need to adapt to this, because this is here to stay. We're in for the long run. And that's why we need to adapt and improving in terms of legislation. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much to our panel members. Just in closing, I would like to invite you to tomorrow's day work. We have 2 work tables, same schedule, same times as today. So from Cardosa and Carandre, would like to thank you for attending, and thank you very much, panel members. Yeah, I would like to also thank all our speakers and all our attendees to this session. 2 very interesting days to go over a subject which has been shed light on because of the pandemic. And I think that one of the comments worthwhile highlighting from our work tables is that we need legislation for telework. So telework shouldn't mean segregation for people, but rather be able to be democratized for more people to have access and more opportunities for the users of this type of telework. So I think that's it, my part. Again, thank you very much, and we hope to have you with us tomorrow. We'll start promptly at noon with our work table number 3. Thank you.